Hey, you're not alone here. This is a place for true crime stories, told slowly and quietly, for people who listen late at night. Whether this is your first time or you've been here before, I'm really glad you pressed play. It honestly means a lot seeing where these stories are listened to. Different cities, different countries, all awake at different hours. If you feel like it, tell me where you're listening from. And if these stories keep you company, subscribing helps this space stay alive. This is episode 109. Let's start. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who was invisible for years, a man who moved through the world so quietly that even when the police were hunting him, they stood next to him without realizing it. This is a true crime story about repetition, routine, and how one of the most prolific killers in American history was finally caught not through brilliance, but through time and persistence. Gary Ridgway was born in 1949 in Utah and raised in Washington state. From the outside, his childhood looked ordinary, but inside his home, things were tense and emotionally suffocating. His mother was deeply religious, controlling, and domineering. She frequently humiliated him, particularly around issues of cleanliness and sexuality. Gary grew up confused, ashamed, and angry, though he rarely expressed it outwardly. He learned early how to hide his emotions, how to remain quiet, how to avoid attention. As a teenager, Gary already showed signs of disturbing behavior. He had violent sexual fantasies, struggled with intimacy, and felt rejected by women. But again, nothing about him stood out enough to raise alarms. He was not charismatic. He was not dramatic. He was forgettable. That forgettability would later allow him to disappear in plain sight. By the early 1980s, Gary Ridgway was living in Washington, working as a truck painter. He had been married and divorced multiple times, held steady employment, and lived a life that appeared monotonous and routine. He was not ambitious. He did not seek attention. He followed the same schedules, drove the same routes, and blended seamlessly into working-class life. At the same time, women began disappearing along the Green River. Many of them were young. Many of them were sex workers or runaways. Their disappearances did not immediately spark national attention. Some were reported late. Some were not reported at all. When bodies began turning up in wooded areas and along riverbanks, investigators realized they were dealing with something far larger than isolated violence. A serial killer was operating. The murders followed a pattern. The victims were strangled. Their bodies were placed deliberately, often posed. Some locations were revisited. The killer was organized, calm, and methodical. He knew the terrain. He knew how to avoid detection. The media began calling him the Green River Killer. Fear spread quietly. Women altered their routines. Parents worried about daughters who stayed out late. Police task forces were formed. Hundreds of officers worked the case. Leads poured in. Suspects were interviewed. Polygraph tests were administered. Gary Ridgway was one of those suspects. In fact, he was interviewed multiple times. He took polygraph tests and failed some of them, but not decisively enough to arrest him. He cooperated willingly. He spoke politely. He never raised his voice. He never appeared nervous. He even offered suggestions to investigators, positioning himself as helpful. Each time, he walked away, and then he went back to killing. For years, Gary continued murdering women at an astonishing rate. He would pick them up along highways, offering money or rides. He appeared non-threatening, ordinary. He strangled them quickly, often within minutes. He returned some bodies to the same locations, sometimes weeks later, sometimes years later. He believed revisiting the sites strengthened his sense of control. What made Gary especially difficult to catch was his simplicity. He did not drink excessively. He did not brag. He did not confide in others. He did not write letters. He did not seek fame. He killed, returned to work, ate dinner, and repeated the cycle. His lack of ego kept him hidden. Meanwhile, the investigation stalled. Evidence degraded. Witnesses disappeared. Technology lagged behind the scale of the crimes. Families waited. Years passed. The case became one of the largest unsolved serial murder investigations in U.S. history. Gary Ridgway kept living. He remarried. His third wife later described him as gentle, predictable, and emotionally flat. He followed routines religiously. He attended church. He avoided conflict. He was not violent in public. Even at home, he appeared passive. But internally, the urges never stopped. Everything changed in the late 1990s. Advancements in DNA technology allowed investigators to re-examine old evidence. Semen samples collected decades earlier were tested again. Slowly, patterns emerged. One profile appeared repeatedly across multiple victims. That profile matched Gary Ridgway. In 2001, nearly 20 years after the first murders, police arrested him. This time, there was no walking away. When confronted with the DNA evidence, Gary initially denied everything. But the evidence was overwhelming. Gradually, he began confessing. Not emotionally, not dramatically, calmly, methodically. He described victim after victim with disturbing detachment. He struggled to remember exact numbers because there were so many. Eventually, Gary Ridgway confessed to 49 murders. Investigators believe the true number may be much higher. In court, he showed little emotion. He did not seek forgiveness. He did not express remorse. He spoke as if explaining tasks completed long ago. He described how easy it had been to avoid detection, how choosing marginalized victims reduced urgency, how routine made everything simpler. In 2003, Gary Ridgway was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Today, he remains incarcerated, spending his days in silence, stripped of the routines that once allowed him to operate freely. This story stays with people not because of spectacle, but because of scale, because it shows how evil does not always roar. Sometimes it works a job, sometimes it goes home on time, sometimes it waits patiently while the world looks elsewhere. And sometimes it takes decades before the truth finally catches up. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared quietly. A disappearance that at first seemed like a breakup, then a misunderstanding, and finally something far more disturbing. This is a true crime story about obsession, manipulation, and how a crime can hide in plain sight for years when the truth is slowly buried under lies. In 2012, Carrie Farver was living a stable and independent life in Iowa. She was a hardworking woman, a devoted mother to her teenage son, and someone who valued routine and responsibility. Those close to her described her as dependable and straightforward. She was not reckless. She did not disappear without explanation. She did not abandon her child. That is what made what followed so unsettling. Carrie began casually dating a man named Dave Kropa. The relationship was new, informal, and not deeply emotional. They spent time together, talked regularly, but there was no serious commitment. Dave was open about wanting to keep things light. Carrie seemed to accept that. There were no major arguments, no visible tension, nothing that suggested danger. Then, suddenly, Carrie stopped showing up. She missed work. She failed to pick up her son. Her phone went quiet in ways that felt unnatural. For a woman so consistent, so present, this absence was deeply alarming. Friends and family reached out, expecting an explanation, but instead, confusion grew. And then something strange happened. Messages began appearing. Carrie, supposedly, was texting friends, family, and coworkers. She claimed she had decided to leave town. She said she wanted a fresh start. She said she no longer wished to be contacted. The tone of these messages fell off. They were colder, shorter, unrecognizable to people who knew her well. Even more confusing, these messages did not stop. For months, then years, messages continued to come from Carrie's accounts. Emails, texts, social media posts. She appeared to be alive, active, and intentionally distant. To the outside world, it looked like a woman who had simply chosen to walk away from her life. But something did not sit right. Her mother knew something was wrong. Carrie loved her son deeply. She would never disappear without ensuring his safety. She would never cut contact completely. And she would never abandon her responsibilities so abruptly. The longer the silence lasted, the more unsettling it became. At the same time, Dave Kropa began experiencing something terrifying. He started receiving threatening messages. Thousands of them. They accused him of betrayal, cruelty, and abandonment. They were obsessive, relentless, and emotionally volatile. Whoever was sending them seemed to know intimate details of his life. His car was vandalized. His home was damaged. His workplace was contacted. The messages appeared to come from Carrie, but the behavior did not match the woman he knew. As time passed, the messages grew darker, more aggressive, more unstable. Dave contacted police multiple times, believing he was being stalked. The assumption was simple. Carrie, heartbroken and angry, had turned obsessive. Years went by. Carrie was still missing, and the messages still continued. What investigators did not realize at first was that this entire narrative had been carefully manufactured. Another woman had entered Dave's life around the same time Carrie disappeared. Her name was Liz Gollier. She appeared supportive, sympathetic, and deeply concerned about the harassment Dave was facing. She positioned herself as an ally, a protector, someone who understood his fear. In reality, Liz was controlling everything. Liz had become obsessed with Dave. When she realized he was seeing Carrie, she made a decision that would destroy multiple lives. Evidence later revealed that Liz murdered Carrie shortly after she disappeared, though Carrie's body has never been found. After killing her, Liz took over her identity. She sent messages pretending to be Carrie. She maintained the illusion for years. She created an entire false digital life, carefully crafting texts and posts to suggest Carrie was alive and deliberately distant. She manipulated friends, family, and police, all while maintaining her own presence as a victim of harassment. Liz even sent threatening messages to herself. She staged attacks. She vandalized her own property. She played both roles, victim and villain, with disturbing commitment. The deception unraveled slowly. Investigators eventually noticed technical inconsistencies. IP addresses overlapped. Writing patterns matched. Phone records revealed impossible timelines. The same device was linked to messages supposedly sent by different people. What once looked like chaos began forming a clear picture. Liz was arrested. During interrogation and trial, the depth of her manipulation became clear. She had spent years maintaining lies, carefully responding to messages as two separate people, sometimes holding conversations with herself. She showed no immediate remorse. Instead, she focused on control, insisting she had been misunderstood. In 2017, Liz Gollier was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Carrie Farver was declared legally dead. This story lingers not because of violence alone, but because of how quietly it unfolded. Because for years, the truth existed beneath layers of messages, screens, and false narratives. Because a woman was erased, not just physically, but digitally, rewritten into someone she never was. And because it reminds us that sometimes the most disturbing crimes are not loud. They are patient, they are meticulous, and they hide behind ordinary interactions, waiting for time to do the work of deception. Next story.
I'm going to tell you a story about a man who was trusted completely, a man whose job placed him inside homes, inside private spaces, inside lives that believed they were safe. This is a true crime story about control, deception, and how violence can hide behind politeness for years before finally being exposed. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, a man named Stephen McDaniel lived in Gainesville, Florida. He was intelligent, socially awkward, and often overlooked. He studied law, struggled to maintain relationships, and lived a life that appeared small and isolated. People described him as odd but harmless, quiet but unremarkable. He was not someone who demanded attention. He lingered on the edges of conversations, watching more than participating. Stephen lived in an apartment complex near a young woman named Lauren Giddings. Lauren was everything Stephen was not. She was confident, social, and well-liked. She was also a law student, ambitious and disciplined, with a close circle of friends and a clear sense of direction. She had plans. She talked about her future. She spoke openly about her goals and the life she wanted to build. People trusted her judgment. People felt safe around her. Stephen and Lauren knew each other casually. They shared common spaces. They exchanged brief conversations. There was no relationship, no intimacy, no indication that Lauren saw Stephen as anything more than a familiar face in her environment. But Stephen was watching. He noticed her routines. When she left, when she returned, who visited her apartment. He paid attention to details that meant nothing to anyone else. Over time, his interest shifted into fixation. Not romantic longing, but ownership.
Control.
The belief that he deserved access to her simply because she existed near him. In June 2011, Lauren disappeared. At first, it did not seem immediately alarming. She was an adult. She lived independently. But within days, concern grew. She missed scheduled events. She failed to respond to messages. Her car was still parked outside her apartment. Her phone went unanswered. Friends entered her apartment and found nothing disturbed, except for one chilling detail. Her bathroom vent cover was missing. As concern escalated, police became involved. Missing person flyers were distributed. Searches began. The case gained attention within the community, particularly because Lauren was a law student with strong connections and a stable life. She was not someone who would simply walk away. Stephen McDaniel inserted himself into the search. He spoke to reporters. He offered insights. He appeared concerned. He described Lauren as a friend. His demeanor was strange, but not immediately incriminating. He spoke slowly, awkwardly, sometimes smiling at inappropriate moments. Some viewers felt unsettled by him, but discomfort alone is not evidence. Behind the scenes, investigators began examining security footage, phone records, and apartment layouts. And then they noticed something horrifying. Stephen's apartment shared a wall with Lauren's. The missing vent cover connected the two apartments through a crawl space. When police searched Stephen's apartment, they discovered disturbing items.
Tools.
Evidence of forced access. Signs that he had entered Lauren's apartment without her knowledge. Under further questioning, his composure began to crack. When confronted with specific evidence, Stephen confessed. He admitted that he had entered Lauren's apartment through the vent system. He admitted to stalking her. He admitted to killing her. He described the act with chilling detachment, focusing not on emotion but on process. After murdering her, he dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations around the area. The search expanded. Over the following days, investigators recovered Lauren's remains from wooded areas and trash sites. Each discovery confirmed the confession. The calm, polite man who had spoken to reporters was revealed to be someone capable of extraordinary violence, hidden beneath years of silence and resentment. At trial, Stephen McDaniel showed little emotion. He did not cry. He did not plead. He did not attempt to explain himself in human terms. His statements focused on facts, actions, and sequences, as if recounting a project rather than a life taken. In 2014, Stephen McDaniel was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Lauren Giddings' death devastated her family and community, not only because of the loss, but because of how close the danger had been. The man who killed her was not a stranger in a dark alley. He was a neighbor, a familiar face, someone trusted by proximity alone. This story stays with people because it strips away the illusion of distance. It reminds us that some crimes are not loud.
They do not announce themselves.
They sit quietly behind walls, waiting for routines to become predictable, for trust to become invisible, for time to pass unnoticed. And sometimes, the most terrifying thing is not how a crime happens, but how long it can exist unseen.
Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared calm, confident, and completely in control. A man whose public image was so carefully maintained that for months, many people could not imagine him capable of violence. This is a true crime story about patience, denial, and how a life built on quiet selfishness slowly collapsed under the weight of truth. Scott Peterson lived in Modesto, California, where he worked as a fertilizer salesman. He was well-spoken, charming, and socially comfortable. People who met him often described him as likable and polite. He knew how to make conversations feel easy. He knew how to appear attentive without revealing much of himself. To outsiders, he He seemed like a man who had everything going for him. He was married to Lacey Peterson. Lacey was 8 months pregnant. She was warm, organized, and deeply invested in building a family. She loved holidays, routines, and planning for the future. She talked often about becoming a mother. Friends described her as optimistic and steady, someone who brought structure and care into the lives of people around her. She trusted Scott completely. She believed they were building a life together. But Scott was living a separate emotional reality. Months before Lacey disappeared, Scott had begun an affair with another woman. In this relationship, he presented himself as unburdened, independent, and free. He spoke about travel, spontaneity, and a life without responsibility. Most chillingly, he told her that he had lost his wife and that this would be his first holiday season alone. At the time he said this, Lacey was still alive. This was not a momentary lie. It was a rehearsed future. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Lacey disappeared. Scott told police that he had gone fishing alone at the Berkeley Marina while Lacey stayed home to walk the dog and prepare for Christmas Eve. When he returned, she was gone. Her purse, keys, and shoes were still inside the house. The dog was found wandering outside with its leash on. From the beginning, the situation felt wrong. Lacey was heavily pregnant. She did not go anywhere without planning. She did not leave without telling someone. Friends and family immediately mobilized. Volunteers searched neighborhoods. Flyers were posted everywhere. The case gained national attention within days. The public rallied around the image of a missing pregnant woman days before Christmas. Scott appeared cooperative. He spoke to police. He attended vigils. He stood beside Lacey's family. He spoke calmly to the media, asking for her safe return. But there was something unsettling about his demeanor. He seemed detached. His emotions did not fluctuate. He spoke in measured tones, even as the situation grew more desperate. Investigators began examining Scott's actions more closely. They discovered his affair. They learned about the lies he had told. They noted how he had researched fishing locations shortly before Lacey disappeared and had purchased a small boat without informing anyone. He had not mentioned going fishing that day to friends or family beforehand. The timing and secrecy raised serious questions. As the search continued, Scott's behavior became more concerning. He sold Lacey's car. He inquired about selling their house. He made comments about moving on. To investigators, these actions suggested not hope, but preparation. In April 2003, months after Lacey vanished, remains were discovered along the San Francisco Bay shoreline. They were identified as Lacey Peterson and her unborn son, Connor. The location was disturbingly close to where Scott claimed to have gone fishing on the day she disappeared. The case shifted immediately. Scott Peterson was arrested. At trial, prosecutors laid out a narrative built not on a single piece of evidence, but on a pattern. They showed how Scott had distanced himself emotionally long before Lacey's disappearance. How he had created a future narrative where she no longer existed. How his actions after her disappearance aligned not with grief, but with relief. They argued that Scott had killed Lacey to free himself from responsibility, from fatherhood, from the life he no longer wanted. The defense argued circumstantial evidence. They suggested alternative suspects. They attempted to frame Scott as a man unfairly judged by public opinion. But the weight of the evidence, combined with his own words and actions, proved overwhelming. In 2004, Scott Peterson was convicted of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for Connor. He was sentenced to life in prison. The case left a lasting mark on the public because it revealed how ordinary selfishness can harden into something deadly. There was no explosion of rage, no dramatic confession, just a slow retreat from responsibility, a quiet decision to erase rather than confront. This story stays with people because it reminds us that danger does not always announce itself. Sometimes it smiles. Sometimes it speaks softly. Sometimes it stands beside you at a vigil, pretending to hope while already living in a future where you no longer exist. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared gentle, dependable, and almost forgettable a man whose quiet presence never raised alarms, and whose violence unfolded slowly, carefully, and almost invisibly. This is a true crime story about obsession, emotional control, and how a killer who believed he could manage everything was undone by patience and time. Christopher Watts lived a life that looked peaceful from the outside. He worked steadily in the oil industry. He lived in a clean suburban neighborhood in Colorado. He was married, had 2 young daughters, and presented himself as a calm, soft-spoken family man. Friends described him as polite and reserved. Neighbors saw him as ordinary. There was nothing about him that suggested danger. But inside that controlled exterior, something had been eroding for years. Christopher struggled deeply with emotional expression. He avoided confrontation. He suppressed resentment instead of addressing it. When problems arose, he did not argue or fight. He withdrew. Over time, this pattern created a silent pressure, one that built quietly without release. His marriage began to strain. Financial stress grew. Emotional distance widened. Instead of facing these realities, Christopher escaped inward. Then he met another woman. The relationship gave him a sense of freedom he had not felt in years. It offered admiration without responsibility, possibility without history. Slowly, he began imagining a life without his family, a clean restart without consequences. But reality stood in the way. Divorce meant exposure, judgment, and financial obligation. It meant facing his own failures openly. Christopher wanted escape without accountability. On the night of August 12, 2018, his wife Shannon returned home from a business trip. She was pregnant. She was exhausted. She wanted answers. Inside their home, a quiet confrontation unfolded. There was no screaming her by neighbors. No chaos spilled outside. What happened next was controlled, deliberate, and final. Christopher killed his wife. Then, in a decision that stunned even experienced investigators, he killed his 2 daughters as well. What followed revealed the depth of his detachment. He loaded their bodies into his truck before dawn. He drove to an oil site where he worked, a place familiar and isolated. There, he disposed of his wife's body in a shallow grave and placed his daughters into oil tanks, believing the environment would destroy evidence completely. Afterward, he returned home and began acting as if nothing had happened. When Shannon and the children were reported missing later that day, Christopher appeared on television, pleading for their safe return. His voice was calm, his posture relaxed. He spoke of love and hope, but his words fell hollow. Viewers sensed something was wrong, even if they could not name it yet. Police moved quickly. Surveillance footage contradicted his statements. His emotional responses did not match the situation. Friends of Shannon noticed his behavior was unusually composed. Investigators applied steady pressure, not aggression. They let silence work. They watched him unravel slowly. Within days, confronted with evidence and inconsistencies, Christopher confessed. His story shifted multiple times before settling on the truth. He admitted to killing his wife and children. He described the acts without visible emotion, focusing instead on logistics. His calm demeanor throughout shocked the public. There was no visible rage, no dramatic collapse, just quiet admission. At sentencing, the reality of his actions fully emerged. Christopher Watts was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He will never leave prison. His case became one of the most disturbing family annihilation crimes in modern American history, not because of chaos or brutality alone, but because of how quietly it unfolded. This story stays with people because it challenges assumptions. It shows how avoidance can be more dangerous than anger, how silence can conceal decay, and how someone who seems harmless can carry destruction beneath a calm surface for years. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, Dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about power, silence, and the cost of speaking the truth. It is the story of how an industry built on dreams and fame allowed one man to control women's futures through fear. This is the story of Harvey Weinstein and the system that helped him stay untouchable for decades. For years, Harvey Weinstein was one of the most powerful figures in Hollywood. As the co-founder of Miramax and later the Weinstein Company, he produced dozens of award-winning films that shaped modern cinema. He stood on the stages of the Academy Awards, shaking hands with actors, directors, and politicians. His name appeared in movie credits alongside some of the greatest titles of the 1990s and 2000s. To the public, he was the man who made stars. Inside the industry, he was feared. Weinstein's story began in Queens, New York, where he and his brother Bob grew up in a working-class family. In the 1970s, the two founded Miramax, naming it after their parents, Miriam and Max. They began by distributing small independent films, slowly building a reputation for bringing daring stories to mainstream audiences. By the 1990s, Miramax was a powerhouse. It released Pulp Fiction, The English Patient, Shakespeare in Love, and countless others that defined a generation. But behind the scenes, Harvey Weinstein ruled through intimidation. Colleagues described him as explosive, controlling, and obsessed with dominance. He shouted at assistants, humiliated executives, and demanded absolute loyalty. That same hunger for power extended beyond his office and into his relationships with women. In hotel suites, production offices, and film festivals, Weinstein used his position to lure aspiring actresses and employees into situations where he could exploit them. He would promise career opportunities, auditions, or roles, but once alone, he would corner them, harass them, or assault them. Many women described the same routine, a meeting about work that turned into pressure, coercion, and threats. For years, the rumors spread quietly. Agents warned their clients to be careful. Some assistants tried to speak up, but were silenced by non-disclosure agreements or fear of losing their careers. Hollywood's culture of secrecy made it easy for him to operate. His films employed thousands, his influence stretched across studios, and his donations reached politicians and charities. Speaking against him meant risking everything. When women did try to go public, the system around Weinstein reacted to protect him. Lawyers threatened lawsuits. Tabloids were used to discredit victims. In some cases, private investigators were hired to track women who were considering speaking out. The first public cracks appeared in 2015 when actress Ashley Judd mentioned an unnamed studio executive who had made inappropriate advances toward her. Her story drew attention, but no one named Weinstein yet. That would change 2 years later. In October 2017, the New York Times published an article by Jodi Kantor and Megan Twohey detailing multiple allegations of sexual harassment and assault against Harvey Weinstein, spanning 3 decades. Within days, The New Yorker followed with another investigation by Ronan Farrow, containing even more accounts, including women describing rape and intimidation. The stories shared chilling similarities: hotel meetings, locked doors, demands for massages, and threats when they refused. The impact was immediate. Dozens of women, actresses, assistants, models, journalists came forward. Among them were well-known names like Gwyneth Paltrow, Angelina Jolie, Rosanna Arquette, and Salma Hayek. Many had remained silent for years, afraid of what would happen if they challenged a man so deeply connected to the industry. As the accusations grew, so did the realization that this was not an isolated case of one predator. It was a window into how Hollywood had normalized abuse of power for decades. The story ignited a movement. Women across industries began sharing their own experiences under the hashtag #MeToo, a phrase originally coined by activist Tarna Burke years earlier to support survivors of sexual violence. Within months, the #MeToo movement became a global reckoning. Harvey Weinstein was fired from his own company and expelled from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. His empire crumbled overnight, but the real test would come in court. In 2020, after years of legal battles, Weinstein stood trial in New York. 6 women testified, describing how he had assaulted them and used his power to silence them. The prosecution presented a pattern of manipulation, using his position as a gatekeeper of careers to control young women's lives. The defense tried to argue that the encounters were consensual and part of the power dynamics of the industry. The jury disagreed. Weinstein was convicted of rape and sexual assault and sentenced to 23 years in prison. Later, additional charges in California led to another conviction, adding 16 more years to his sentence. Once one of the most powerful men in entertainment, he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The consequences went far beyond Weinstein himself. His downfall opened a floodgate. Executives, directors, journalists, and politicians across the world faced new scrutiny. Victims who had stayed silent for years finally spoke out. Entire organizations reevaluated their policies on harassment and consent. For many women, the movement represented the first time their voices were believed. Yet for others, it was a painful reminder of how long the system had ignored them. Some of Weinstein's victims had tried to report him in the 1990s, but were dismissed or paid off through settlements that buried their stories. The legal structures that protected powerful men for so long, non-disclosure agreements, private arbitration, and corporate complicity, began to crumble only after the media exposure. The film industry has tried to move forward, but the scars remain. Many survivors of Weinstein's abuse continue to deal with trauma, therapy, and careers that never recovered. Some left the industry entirely. The #MeToo movement, though transformative, also faced backlash. Critics claimed it created fear and overcorrection. But its impact was undeniable. It changed how the world talks about consent, accountability, and power. Weinstein's case showed how abuse can hide in plain sight when wealth and influence are involved. He surrounded himself with enablers, lawyers, publicists, and executives who benefited from his success and looked away from his crimes. In the end, his downfall was not only a personal collapse, but an indictment of an entire culture that prioritized money and fame over humanity. When he entered the courtroom in handcuffs, limping and pale, the image symbolized the end of an era. the moment when power no longer guaranteed protection. For decades, Hollywood had rewarded silence. Now, silence had finally broken. Harvey Weinstein will likely die in prison. His name, once attached to golden statues and glamorous parties, now stands as a warning, a symbol of what happens when power goes unchecked. But the women who spoke out did more than expose one man. They exposed a system built on fear and silence. And they changed the world by refusing to stay quiet. Their voices created a movement that outlived his power, proving that even in the darkest corners of fame, truth still finds a way to be heard. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about obsession, manipulation, and how a desire for control can turn an ordinary life into a nightmare. This is the story of Ariel Castro, a man whose quiet presence masked unspeakable evil and the crimes that shocked a city, a nation, and ultimately the world. Ariel Castro was born on July 24, 1960, in Cleveland, Ohio, to Puerto Rican parents. His early life was difficult. His father was reportedly strict and sometimes abusive, and the family struggled financially. Ariel had an older brother and two sisters, and those closest to him described him as shy, withdrawn, and emotionally unstable. From a young age, he exhibited signs of possessiveness and control, though few realized how far these tendencies would later escalate. As a teenager, Castro was considered socially awkward. He struggled in school and often kept to himself. While some classmates described him as polite and courteous, others noticed his temper and his obsession with asserting dominance over situations he could control. He later worked as a bus driver for the Cleveland Transit System, a job that gave him access to the city and allowed him to blend into everyday life while planning darker acts in secret. In the early 1990s, Castro's life took a seemingly ordinary turn. He married, had children, and bought a house in a quiet Cleveland neighborhood. Friends and neighbors saw a family man, someone who appeared caring and stable. But behind closed doors, a darker side of his personality was developing, fueled by a desire to control and dominate. In 2002, Ariel Castro's obsession turned horrific. He began targeting young women in the Cleveland area, luring them into his home with promises of friendship, work opportunities, or help. Once inside, his charm disappeared, replaced by a chilling need for control and domination. Castro kidnapped Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus over a period spanning from 2002 to 2004. Each woman was held captive for years in his house, subjected to unimaginable abuse, and stripped of any autonomy. Michelle Knight was the first victim. On August 23, 2002, she was 21 years old when Castro abducted her. He held her for over a decade, convincing her that no one could help her and isolating her completely. 2 years later, he kidnapped Amanda Berry, then 16, and in 2004, Gina De Jesus, age 14. Each woman was subjected to physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, all under Castro's careful control. He installed locks and barricades, removed phone lines, and constantly monitored their movements, creating an environment of fear and helplessness. The house itself became a prison, with secret rooms, padlocks, and surveillance to ensure the victims could not escape. Castro manipulated them psychologically, alternating between cruelty and false kindness to maintain control. He allowed the women to move only under his supervision, forbade contact with the outside world, and created a system where they were entirely dependent on him. For over a decade, the women endured this captivity, surviving through resilience, small acts of defiance, and the hope that someone, someday, would notice their absence. Outside, neighbors in the community noticed nothing unusual. Castro presented himself as a normal man, driving his bus, working, and interacting politely with neighbors. His crimes went unnoticed because he was careful, calculated, and able to hide in plain sight. The breakthrough came on May 6, 2013. Amanda Berry, pregnant at the time, managed to escape when Castro left a door unlocked. She ran down the street, screaming for help, and neighbors intervened. Police arrived and discovered Michelle Knight and Gina De Jesus still confined in the house. The rescue shocked Cleveland and the entire nation, revealing the true extent of Castro's cruelty. Authorities investigated the house and found evidence of the horrific abuse the women had endured. They discovered physical restraints, damaged doors, and evidence of prolonged captivity. The women described years of psychological torment, repeated sexual assaults, and the constant fear of death. Castro's careful planning and ability to maintain a facade of normalcy made the revelations even more disturbing. He had lived among neighbors, friends, and co-workers for years while committing acts of unimaginable cruelty in his own home. Ariel Castro was arrested and charged with kidnapping, rape, and murder charges related to the abuse. During the legal proceedings, prosecutors highlighted not only the physical and sexual abuse, but also the psychological manipulation, control, and terror Castro had imposed. In July 2013, he pled guilty to 937 criminal counts, including aggravated murder for the death of a fetus born by Amanda Berry. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 1,000 years, a sentence designed to ensure he would never be free again. The story of Ariel Castro shocked the world, not only because of the crimes themselves, but because of how someone who seemed ordinary, even kind on the surface, could commit such horrors in secrecy. Psychologists examining the case later noted patterns of extreme control, narcissism, and sadism, combined with the ability to mask true intentions behind charm and civility. Castro's actions became a case study in how predators can hide in plain sight, exploiting trust, routine, and societal assumptions about normalcy. The aftermath of the case focused on the resilience of the victims. Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus rebuilt their lives, becoming advocates for survivors of abuse and kidnapping. Their courage and strength highlighted the human capacity to survive even the most unimaginable trauma. Meanwhile, Cleveland and the nation grappled with the horrifying realization that someone living among them had committed such calculated, prolonged evil. The Ariel Castro case remains one of the most disturbing modern crimes in U.S. history, demonstrating the danger of obsession, the extremes of psychological manipulation, and the terrifying truth that evil can exist behind the most ordinary of doors. It is a story of horror, yes, but also of survival, resilience, and the unbreakable human spirit, showing that even in the darkest situations, hope and courage can prevail. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention above all else, about lies that spiraled into tragedy, and about how the desperate need to be noticed can lead someone to commit unspeakable acts against those who trust them most. In the quiet town of Union, South Carolina, during the fall of 1994, a young mother became the center of a national news story that would captivate and horrify America. Susan Smith reported that a black man had carjacked her vehicle with her 2 young sons still strapped in their car seats. She made tearful pleas on national television for the safe return of her children. But her story was a lie, and the truth would prove far more disturbing than anyone imagined. This is the story of Susan Smith, who on October 25th, 1994, drove her car into John D. Long Lake with her 3-year-old son Michael and 14-month-old son Alexander, still buckled inside. She watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the water, then created an elaborate false story about a carjacking. For 9 days, she maintained this deception while search teams looked for her children and the nation prayed for their safe return. Her confession shocked the world and raised difficult questions about what could drive a mother to such an act. Susan Lee Vaughn was born on September 26, 1971, in Union, South Carolina. Her childhood was marked by trauma and instability that would shape her psychological development. When Susan was 6 years old, her father took his own life, an event that devastated her and left lasting emotional scars. Her mother remarried, but Susan's relationship with her stepfather was complicated and troubled. Susan grew up desperate for attention and validation. She struggled with feelings of abandonment after her father's passing and never developed healthy coping mechanisms for processing trauma. She sought approval through relationships with boys and men, believing romantic attention could fill the emptiness she felt inside. This pattern would continue into adulthood with destructive consequences. In her teenage years, Susan was popular and outgoing, but those close to her recognized her neediness and emotional instability. She required constant reassurance and would become distraught when relationships ended or when she felt ignored. She had difficulty being alone and would quickly move from one relationship to another. Susan married David Smith in 1991 when she was 19 years old. They had two sons, Michael born in 1991 and Alexander born in 1993. But the marriage was troubled from the beginning. Susan and David fought frequently, separated multiple times, and were in the process of divorcing when the tragedy occurred. By 1994, Susan was involved with Tom Finley, the son of her employer at a local business. She was infatuated with Tom and believed he represented her chance at a better life. But Tom made it clear he was not interested in a serious relationship, particularly not with someone who had children. He wrote Susan a letter breaking off their relationship, specifically mentioning that he did not want the responsibility of children. This rejection devastated Susan. In her distorted thinking, she began to believe that her children were obstacles preventing her from having the relationship and life she wanted. Rather than accepting that Tom was simply not interested in a committed relationship, she convinced herself that if she did not have children, he would want to be with her. On the evening of October 25th, 1994, Susan strapped her two sons into their car seats in her Mazda Protege and drove to John D. Long Lake, a remote body of water near Union. She released the parking brake and allowed the car to roll down a boat ramp into the lake. She stood on the shore and watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the surface with her children trapped inside. Michael and Alexander were conscious as the water entered the car. The vehicle took 6 minutes to fully submerge, meaning the children were aware and terrified during their final moments. This detail would later become one of the most haunting aspects of the case. After watching her children drown, Susan drove to a nearby home and claimed she had been carjacked by a black man who had taken her car with the children inside. She provided a detailed description of her supposed attacker, and law enforcement immediately began searching for the vehicle and the children, while also looking for a suspect matching her description. Susan appeared on national television, making tearful pleas for her children's safe return. She was interviewed repeatedly, always maintaining her story about the carjacking. The black community in Union was subjected to increased scrutiny and racial profiling based on Susan's false accusation, adding another layer of harm to her deception. But investigators were suspicious from the beginning. Susan's story had inconsistencies, and her behavior seemed wrong. She showed emotion during press conferences, but seemed able to turn it on and off. Details of her account did not match the physical evidence or timeline. As pressure mounted, Susan's story began to change and contradict itself. On November 3rd, 1994, 9 days after the children disappeared, Susan confessed to investigators. She admitted she had allowed the car to roll into the lake with her sons inside. She claimed she had intended to go into the water with them, but had gotten out at the last moment. She said she never meant to hurt her children and that she was not in her right mind. The confession led investigators to John D. Long Lake, where divers recovered the vehicle with the bodies of Michael and Alexander still strapped in their car seats. The recovery was broadcast on national television, and the images of the car being pulled from the water became seared into the national consciousness. Susan Smith was charged with 2 counts of taking a life. Her trial in July 1995 was watched by millions. The prosecution argued she had deliberately ended her children's lives because they were obstacles to the relationship she wanted with Tom Finley. They presented evidence, including the letter from Tom, mentioning he did not want children. The defense argued Susan was mentally ill, suffering from depression and suicidal thoughts, and that her actions were the result of psychological breakdown rather than calculated intent. They presented evidence of her traumatic childhood and mental health struggles. The jury convicted Susan Smith on both counts, but rejected the death penalty, instead sentencing her to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The decision to spare her life was controversial, with some believing she deserved the ultimate punishment for her crimes. Susan Smith remains imprisoned in South Carolina. She will be eligible for parole in 2024 after serving 30 years. She has given occasional interviews from prison where she has expressed remorse, though many question the sincerity of her statements. Her case became a national conversation about mental health, the pressures faced by young mothers, and how desperation for romantic relationships can lead to tragedy. It also highlighted the harm caused by her false accusation against a black man, which fueled racial tensions and stereotypes. The images of Susan Smith on television pleading for her children's return while knowing they were already gone remain some of the most chilling moments in true crime history. A reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those who should love and protect us most. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a friendship that became fatal, about jealousy that festered into violence, and about how toxic relationships can lead young people down paths from which there's no return. In the suburbs of New Jersey during the summer of 2011, two teenage girls were inseparable best friends who shared everything. Rachel Schoaf and Shalia Eddy had known each other since elementary school, forming a bond that seemed unbreakable. But when a third girl entered their friendship circle, the dynamics shifted in dangerous ways. What began as typical teenage jealousy and social drama would escalate into a crime that shocked the nation. This is the story of the elimination of Skylar Neese. On July 6, 2012, 16-year-old Skylar sneaked out of her bedroom window at midnight to meet her two best friends, Rachel and Shalia. The girls drove to a remote area in Pennsylvania where Rachel and Shalia attacked Skylar, stabbing her repeatedly and leaving her body in the woods. For 6 months, the two girls maintained their innocence, helping search for Skylar and posting tributes on social media. Their confession revealed they had ended their friend's life simply because they no longer wanted to be friends with her. Rachel Schoaf was born in 1996 in West Virginia. She grew up in a religious household where her parents were involved in their local church. Rachel was intelligent and did well in school, participating in activities and appearing to be a normal, well-adjusted teenager. But beneath the surface, she struggled with anxiety and a desperate need for approval from her peers. Shalia Eddy was also born in 1996, growing up in Morgantown, West Virginia. She came from a working-class family and was known for being outgoing and popular. Shalia was the dominant personality in her friendships, someone who liked to be in control and became upset when things did not go her way. Skylar Neese was born in 1996 to loving parents who doted on their only child. She was bright, funny, and had dreams of attending college and building a successful future. She considered Rachel and Shalia her closest friends and trusted them completely. The three girls met in elementary school and became close during their early teenage years. They spent countless hours together, having sleepovers, sharing secrets, and navigating the complicated social world of high school. But by 2012, tensions were developing in the friendship. Rachel and Shalia had become romantically involved with each other, a relationship they wanted to keep secret. Skylar knew about their relationship, and Rachel and Shalia worried she might reveal their secret. Additionally, typical teenage drama about jealousy, perceived slights, and shifting social dynamics created resentment. Rather than simply ending the friendship or accepting that they were growing apart, Rachel and Shalia began discussing a more permanent solution. They planned to eliminate Skylar, believing this would solve their problems and prevent her from revealing their secrets or causing them social difficulties. On the night of July 5th, 2012, Rachel and Shalia contacted Skylar and arranged to pick her up at midnight. Skylar sneaked out of her bedroom window, something she had done before to hang out with friends. Security cameras captured her getting into Shalia's car, with Rachel already inside. It was the last time Skylar would be seen alive. The girls drove across the state line into Pennsylvania to a remote wooded area they had selected in advance. They had brought knives and cleaning supplies, showing premeditation. Once they arrived at the isolated location, Rachel and Shalia attacked Skylar simultaneously, stabbing her repeatedly. Skylar fought for her life but was overpowered by the two attackers. After Skylar passed away, Rachel and Shalia hid her body in the woods, covering it with branches and debris. They cleaned blood from themselves and the car, disposed of evidence, and returned home. The next morning, they began acting as if nothing had happened. When Skylar's parents discovered she was missing, they immediately contacted police. Rachel and Shalia participated in the search, posting messages on social media asking for Skylar's safe return. They gave statements to police claiming they had dropped Skylar off at the end of her street after driving around for a while, and that she had gotten into another car with unknown people. For months, the investigation focused on the possibility that Skylar had run away or been abducted by strangers. But investigators became increasingly suspicious of Rachel and Shalia. Their stories had inconsistencies, and their behavior seemed wrong. Cell phone records and social media activity raised questions about their accounts of that night. The pressure of maintaining the deception wore on Rachel. She was experiencing severe anxiety and guilt. In December 2012, 6 months after the incident, Rachel broke down and confessed to her attorney and then to police. She led investigators to Skylar's body in the Pennsylvania woods and implicated Shalia as her accomplice in the planning and execution of the attack. Rachel pleaded guilty and agreed to testify against Shalia. In May 2013, Shalia was arrested and charged. Unlike Rachel, who showed remorse, Shalia maintained a defiant attitude and showed little emotion about what had happened to Skylar. Rachel Schoaf pleaded guilty to second-degree charges and was sentenced to 30 years in prison with eligibility for parole after 15 years. During her sentencing, she apologized to Skylar's family and expressed remorse for her actions. Shalia Eddy pleaded guilty to first-degree charges in January 2014 and was sentenced to life in prison with eligibility for parole after 15 years. Throughout the proceedings, she showed minimal emotion and offered no real explanation for why she had participated in ending her friend's life. The case gained national attention when Rachel's confession included the chilling statement that they had eliminated Skylar because they did not want to be friends with her anymore. This seemingly trivial motivation for such extreme violence shocked people and raised questions about teenage psychology, peer pressure, and how conflicts escalate. Skylar's parents, Dave and Mary Neese, became advocates for missing children and pushed for legislative changes. Skylar's law was passed in West Virginia, requiring earlier activation of Amber Alerts for missing children even when there is no evidence of abduction. The case also highlighted the dark side of teenage social dynamics and how seemingly normal young people can commit terrible acts. Both Rachel and Shalia came from stable homes, had no history of serious behavioral problems, and appeared to be typical teenagers. Yet together, they planned and executed their friend's elimination over what amounted to normal friendship conflicts. Skylar Neese was 16 years old when her two best friends decided her life was worth less than their convenience. Her parents lost their only child to a crime that made no rational sense, committed by girls they had welcomed into their home countless times. The case remains a tragic reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those we trust most, and that evil can emerge in the most unexpected places, even in the hearts of teenage girls who should have been focused on homework and dating rather than planning their friend's demise. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about how the most profound silence isn't found in the woods or at the bottom of the ocean, but inside a house where the doors are locked and the curtains are drawn. This is a story about the weight of a secret, the slow erosion of a family, and how a person can be driven to commit the unthinkable by the very things they claim to be protecting. It is a true story about a man who lived a life of rigid order and religious devotion, only to leave behind a scene that would haunt a small town for decades. John List was a man of absolute precision. He lived in Westfield, New Jersey, in a 19-room Victorian mansion called Breeze Knoll. To the neighbors, John was the personification of stability. He was an accountant, a Sunday school teacher, and a veteran. He wore a suit to the grocery store, He maintained his lawn with obsessive care. He was a man who believed in the hierarchy of the home, in the importance of appearances, and in a very specific, unforgiving version of the American dream. But by 1971, the pillars of John's world were quietly crumbling. He had lost his high-paying job at a bank, a failure he could not bring himself to admit to his family. Every morning, he would still put on his suit, pick up his briefcase, and leave the house as if he were heading to the office. Instead, he would sit at the train station or in the public library, watching the hours tick by, terrified of the moment his bank account would hit zero and his secret would be exposed. His wife, Helen, was suffering from declining health and a growing sense of isolation. His 3 children were becoming teenagers, developing their own interests and questioning the rigid, sheltered world their father had built for them. To John, the world outside was becoming a place of sin and corruption, and he felt he was losing his grip on the souls he was responsible for. He didn't see a way out through hard work or honesty. He saw a way out through a final, devastating act of control. On November 9th, 1971, the precision that John had applied to his accounting was applied to his family. He waited until the children were at school. He moved through the house with a cold, methodical focus. He started with his wife, then his mother who lived in the 3rd-floor apartment, and finally his children as they returned home one by one from school and sports practice. There was no struggle that the neighbors heard, no screams that reached the street. The heavy stone walls of Breeze Knoll kept the horror contained. After the acts were finished, John didn't flee in a panic. He stayed in the house. He cleaned the areas where the events had taken place. He sat down and ate a meal. He then wrote a long, 5-page letter to his pastor, explaining his reasoning. He believed that the world was too much for his family, that they were losing their faith, and that by ending their lives, he was ensuring their place in heaven. In his mind, this wasn't murder, it was a rescue mission. He then systematically erased himself. He cut his own face out of every family photograph in the house, so the police would have no image to use for a manhunt. He turned on all the lights, set a radio to a classical music station to play loudly through the intercom system, and walked out the front door. He vanished. For nearly a month, the lights stayed on at Breeze Knoll. The music played to empty rooms. The neighbors assumed the family was on a long vacation. It wasn't until the light bulbs began to burn out one by one, and the music finally drifted into silence that the authorities were called to investigate. What they found inside was a meticulously arranged scene of tragedy that defied explanation. For 18 years, the chair at the head of the List family table remained empty. John List had moved to another state, changed his name to Robert Clark, remarried, and started a whole new life as an accountant. He joined a new church. He became a respected neighbor once again. He lived a life of quiet routine, convinced that his secret was buried forever. But the past has a way of breathing, even under the weight of nearly 2 decades of silence. In 1989, a television program featured a forensic sculptor who created a bust of what John List might look like as an older man. They accounted for the sagging of the jaw, the receding hairline, and the specific style of glasses he favored. A neighbor in Virginia saw the bust on their screen and recognized the man living next door. When the police arrived, John, now Robert, initially denied everything. But the precision of the past had left a footprint. His fingerprints, taken during his military service years before, provided the truth he couldn't hide. At his trial, the defense tried to argue that he was suffering from a mental break, that the pressure of his perceived failures had fractured his mind. But the prosecution pointed to the planning, the letter to the pastor, and the 18 years of successful hiding as evidence of a man who knew exactly what he was doing. John List was convicted and spent the rest of his life behind bars, a man who had destroyed his world to save his image. This story is a chilling look at what happens when a person values the shadow more than the reality, when the fear of being seen as a failure becomes more powerful than the love for one's own flesh and blood. It reminds us that the most dangerous people aren't always the ones who scream. Sometimes they're the ones who make sure the music is playing just loud enough to drown out the truth. The image that stays with you is the mansion with the lights burning bright in every window, a house that looked full of life on the outside, while inside there was only the cold, calculated silence of a man who thought he was doing the right thing. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about 3 Boy Scouts who went on a camping trip in the Oklahoma wilderness, about a night of unimaginable horror, and about a case that has haunted investigators and families for over 40 years with questions that may never be fully answered. In June 1977, 3 young girls were excited to attend Camp Scott, a Girl Scout camp located in the hills near Locust Grove, Oklahoma. 8-year-old Lori Lee Farmer, 9-year-old Michelle Heather Guza, and 10-year-old Doris Denise Milner had just arrived at the camp for what was supposed to be a fun summer experience. They were assigned to tent number 8 in the Kiowa unit, one of the most remote areas of the camp. On the night of June 12, 1977, the girls settled into their sleeping bags in tent 8 along with other campers throughout the camp. The counselors made their rounds, checking on the girls before heading to their own tents. Everything seemed normal and peaceful as the camp settled down for the night. But sometime during the dark hours, something terrible happened. The next morning, on June 13th, a camp counselor walking to the showers made a horrifying discovery. She found the bodies of Lori, Michelle, and Doris along a trail leading to the showers. All 3 girls had been attacked and taken from their tent during the night. They had been assaulted and beaten. The scene was brutal and shocking, especially in the context of what was supposed to be a safe summer camp environment. Police were called immediately, and Camp Scott was evacuated. Parents rushed to pick up their daughters, many learning about the tragedy only when they arrived. The peaceful Girl Scout camp had become a crime scene, and investigators from multiple agencies descended on the remote location to try to piece together what had happened. Evidence at the scene suggested that someone had entered the camp from outside and specifically targeted Tent 8. Items belonging to the girls were found scattered along the path where their bodies were discovered. Investigators also found a flashlight and other items that appeared to belong to the perpetrator. Most disturbing was evidence that suggested the attacker had been inside the tent and had carried or led the girls away before attacking them. Police quickly focused their investigation on a local man named Gene Leroy Hart. Hart was a Cherokee man who had escaped from prison years earlier, where he had been serving time for previous violent crimes. He was familiar with the area around Camp Scott and had been living as a fugitive in the woods. Witnesses reported seeing a suspicious man near the camp in the days before the attacks, and the description matched Hart. Hart was a known criminal with a history of violence. He had been convicted of kidnapping and assaulting 2 pregnant women in 1966 and had escaped from prison in 1973. He had been on the run for years, and many people believed he had been hiding in the caves and wilderness around the Camp Scott area. The theory was that he had come across the camp and decided to attack. After an intensive manhunt, Gene Leroy Hart was captured in April 1978, nearly a year after the attacks. He was arrested at a residence where he had been hiding and was charged with 3 counts of first-degree ending of life. The community was relieved that a suspect was in custody, but the legal battle was just beginning. Hart's trial took place in 1979 and became one of the most watched trials in Oklahoma history. The prosecution presented evidence, including hair samples found at the scene that appeared to match Hart, items found near the crime scene that were linked to him, and testimony about his presence in the area. They argued that Hart's history of violence and his familiarity with the wilderness made him the obvious perpetrator. The defense, however, challenged the evidence. They brought in their own experts who questioned the hair analysis and suggested that the evidence had been contaminated or mishandled. They argued that Hart had been unfairly targeted because of his criminal record and that the physical evidence wasn't strong enough to prove beyond reasonable doubt that he was responsible. In March 1979, after lengthy deliberations, the jury found Gene Leroy Hart not guilty on all charges. The verdict shocked many people, especially the families of the victims who believed Hart was responsible. The acquittal meant that legally, the case remained unsolved and no one had been held accountable for the deaths of Lori, Michelle, and Doris. Just 2 months after his acquittal, in June 1979, Gene Leroy Hart died of a heart attack while exercising in prison where he was serving time for his previous convictions. His death meant he could never be tried again if new evidence emerged, and it left many questions forever unanswered. In 2008, authorities decided to use modern DNA technology to re-examine evidence from the case. DNA samples from the crime scene were compared to DNA from Jean Leroy Hart and his relatives. The results were inconclusive, but suggested that Hart could not be definitively ruled out as a contributor to some of the evidence. However, the testing also couldn't definitively prove he was responsible. In 2022, further DNA testing was conducted using even more advanced technology. The Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation announced that the new testing showed that Hart's DNA was a match to evidence found at the crime scene. While this wasn't a legal conviction since Hart had been acquitted and was deceased, the testing gave investigators confidence that they had indeed identified the right person all along. For the families of Lori Farmer, Michelle Guzza, and Doris Milner, the DNA results brought some measure of closure, though it couldn't undo decades of pain and uncertainty. The three girls had been excited about their camping trip and had looked forward to making friends and having adventures. Instead, they encountered evil in a place that should have been safe. Camp Scott never reopened after the attacks. The property was eventually sold, and the camp structures were demolished. The site stands as a reminder of the tragedy that occurred there and the 3 young lives that were stolen on that June night in 1977. The case of the Girl Scout murders remains one of Oklahoma's most notorious unsolved cases in the eyes of many, despite the DNA evidence pointing to Hart. Because he was acquitted in court and died shortly after, there was never legal resolution. The case highlighted failures in camp security and led to changes in how overnight camps protect children in their care. Lori, Michelle, and Doris were young girls who should have had their whole lives ahead of them. They should have grown up, graduated from school, and had families of their own. Instead, their lives ended on a camping trip that was supposed to be filled with joy and adventure. A tragic reminder that evil can strike even in the most innocent of settings. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy pharmaceutical executive who seemed to have everything. About a wife who was found hanging in a mansion under suspicious circumstances. About a 6-year-old boy who died after a mysterious fall. And about a case with so many unanswered questions that it continues to spark debate over a decade later. In July 2011, tragedy struck the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California, an exclusive beach community near San Diego. The historic mansion was home to Jonah Shacknai, a successful pharmaceutical executive, and his girlfriend Rebecca Zahau. But within 48 hours, 2 people connected to that home would be dead under circumstances that authorities called accidents and suicides, but that family members insisted were something far more sinister. On July 11th, 2011, Jonah Shacknai's 6-year-old son Max was at the mansion while his father was away on business. Rebecca Zahau was caring for Max that day. Somehow, Max fell down a staircase and suffered severe head injuries. Rebecca called 911 frantically, and Max was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. He would remain on life support, clinging to life as his family gathered at the hospital praying for a miracle. 2 days later, on July 13, 2011, while Max was still in the hospital fighting for his life, another tragedy occurred at the mansion. Early that morning, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai, who was staying at a guest house on the property, called 911 reporting that he had found Rebecca Zahau hanging from a balcony of the main house. She was naked, with her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound together. A strange message was painted in black on a door. She saved him. Can you save her? Police and investigators arrived at the mansion and began examining the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning announcement. They declared that Rebecca Zahau's death was a suicide. According to their theory, Rebecca had been distraught over Max's accident and blamed herself for what had happened. They claimed she had tied her own hands and feet, fashioned a noose, and jumped from the balcony, hanging herself. Rebecca's family immediately rejected this conclusion. They couldn't believe that Rebecca would take her own life, especially in such an elaborate and painful way. They pointed out that it seemed physically impossible for someone to tie their own hands behind their back in the complex manner shown in the crime scene photos. They also questioned why someone would choose to die naked and why the cryptic message had been painted on the door. 2 days after Rebecca was found, on July 16, 2011, 6-year-old Max Shacknai died from his injuries. The Shacknai family was now dealing with 2 deaths in less than a week. Authorities investigated Max's fall and concluded it was an accident. They believe he had been running or playing and had somehow tumbled over a railing or down the stairs while Rebecca was in another part of the house. But questions swirled around both deaths. How exactly had Max fallen? Why hadn't Rebecca been watching him more closely? And most puzzling of all, how had Rebecca died in a manner that looked more like a stage scene than a suicide? Rebecca's sister Mary spoke out publicly, insisting that her sister had been happy and had no reason to take her own life. Private investigators hired by Rebecca's family examined the evidence and came to a very different conclusion than authorities. They argued that the position of Rebecca's body, the bindings on her hands and feet, and other physical evidence were inconsistent with suicide. They believe Rebecca had been attacked and that her death had been staged to look like suicide. Suspicion fell on Adam Shacknai, Jonah's brother, who had found Rebecca's body. Some questioned why he had been staying at the mansion and whether he might have blamed Rebecca for Max's accident. Adam maintained that he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he had simply been the unfortunate person to discover her body. In 2013, Rebecca Zahao's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, alleging that he had taken Rebecca's life. The civil trial took place in 2018, and the jury heard conflicting expert testimony about whether Rebecca's death could have been a suicide or whether it had been staged. The jury ultimately found Adam Shacknai responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family millions of dollars in damages. Adam Shacknai has consistently denied any involvement in Rebecca's death. He appealed the civil verdict, but the judgment was upheld. Despite the civil verdict, no criminal charges have ever been filed. The San Diego Sheriff's Department has maintained their original conclusion that Rebecca's death was a suicide, despite the civil jury's finding. The case has been featured in numerous documentaries and true crime shows, with experts weighing in on both sides. Some believe the authorities got it right, and that Rebecca did take her own life in an unusual but possible manner. Others believe there was a rush to judgment, and that evidence of foul play was overlooked or ignored. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remains the cryptic message painted on the door. If Rebecca wrote it, what did it mean? Was she referring to Max, suggesting she had tried to save him? Or was the message written by someone else, perhaps trying to create confusion or suggest a motive for suicide? The message has never been definitively explained. The Shacknai family tragedy tore multiple families apart. Max's mother, Dina Shacknai, lost her only son. Rebecca's family lost a daughter and sister they believed was the victim of violence that was covered up. Jonah Shacknai lost both his son and his girlfriend in less than a week. The relationships between all these families became strained and adversarial as blame was assigned and legal battles ensued. Rebecca Zahao was a 32-year-old woman who had been in a relationship with Jonah Shacknai for 2 years. She worked as an ophthalmic technician and was described by those who knew her as caring and responsible. She had been looking forward to a future with Jonah and had no history of mental illness or suicidal thoughts, according to her family. Max Shacknai was a young boy who loved sports and spending time with his family. His death at such a young age was heartbreaking regardless of how it occurred. Whether his fall was a tragic accident or something else, a child's life was lost. The deaths at the Spreckles mansion remain controversial more than a decade later. Depending on who you believe, Rebecca Zahao either took her own life in an extremely unusual suicide or was the victim of a homicide that was covered up. The truth may never be fully known, but the tragedy of 2 deaths in one house within days of each other continues to haunt everyone connected to the case and spark debate about what really happened during those July days in 2011. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a firefighter who was supposed to protect his community about a series of devastating fires that terrorized a California town, and about how an arson investigation revealed that the person setting the fires was the same person who kept showing up to fight them. In the 1980s and 1990s, a wave of arson fires swept through California, causing millions of dollars in damage and taking multiple lives. The fires seemed random at first, targeting homes, businesses, and retail stores across different cities. Fire investigators struggled to identify a pattern or motive, but they knew they were dealing with a serial arsonist who was becoming more brazen and dangerous with each fire. The arsonist had a signature method. He used a time delay incendiary device that gave him time to leave the scene before the fire started. The device was simple but effective: a cigarette attached to matches with a rubber band. The cigarette would burn down slowly, eventually igniting the matches, which would then ignite whatever flammable materials had been placed nearby. This gave the arsonist a window of several minutes to be far away when the fire actually started. Between 1984 and 1991, this arsonist set nearly 2,000 fires across California. The fires destroyed homes where families slept, retail stores and shopping centers, and even a hardware store where 4 people died trapped inside. The death toll continued to rise, and investigators were under immense pressure to catch the person responsible before more lives were lost. Fire investigators from multiple jurisdictions began working together, sharing information about the fires and looking for connections. They noticed that many of the fires were set in retail stores, often in areas where flammable products were stored. They also noticed that the fires frequently occurred in locations near the arsonist's apparent comfort zone, suggesting he was someone who was familiar with the area. One name that kept appearing in the investigation was John Leonard, or a fire captain and arson investigator for the Glendale Fire Department, or was actually one of the investigators working on the arson cases. He was respected in his field, had written articles about fire investigation, and regularly attended conferences about arson detection. He seemed like the perfect person to help catch the serial arsonist. But investigators began to notice something strange. John had been present at or near many of the fires, either responding as a firefighter or attending in his capacity as an arson investigator. At first, this didn't seem unusual since it was his job to investigate arsons. But the pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Fires seemed to happen in areas where was attending conferences or training sessions. The breakthrough came when investigators discovered that had written a manuscript for a novel about a serial arsonist. The book, titled Points of Origin, told the story of a firefighter who secretly set fires and then investigated them. The details in the fictional account were disturbingly similar to the real fires happening across California. The protagonist in Orr's novel used the same time delay cigarette device that the real arsonist was using. Investigators obtained a search warrant for Orr's home and car. In his vehicle, they found materials that could be used to make incendiary devices, including cigarettes and rubber bands. They also found evidence that had been tracking his own fires, keeping notes about which ones had been successful and which had been discovered before causing significant damage. The evidence was overwhelming. John, the fire captain who was supposed to be catching the arsonist, was actually the arsonist himself. He had been setting fires for years, then showing up to investigate them or fight them, enjoying the chaos and attention that came with each blaze. He had even written a book about it, thinly disguising his own crimes as fiction. In 1992, John was arrested and charged with multiple counts of arson. As investigators dug deeper, they connected him to more and more fires, including the 1984 fire at a hardware store in South Pasadena that had killed 4 people, including a 2-year-old child and her grandmother. The realization that a trusted fire official had been responsible for so much destruction and death shocked the firefighting community. Orr's trial began in 1998. The prosecution presented evidence of the fires, the incendiary devices, and the manuscript that described crimes only the arsonist could know about. They argued that had set fires to create excitement in his life and to make himself seem important as the investigator who could solve these cases. Some experts suggested he had a psychological need for attention and control. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Orr's manuscript was just fiction, not a confession. They claimed that other people could have been responsible for the fires and that Orr was being targeted because he was a fire investigator who had made enemies. But the evidence was too strong. and the patterns were too clear. In 1998, John Orr was convicted of 4 counts of ending lives through arson for the hardware store fire that killed 4 people. He was also convicted of multiple other arson charges. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other arsons. In a separate federal trial, he was convicted of additional arson charges and received more prison time. John Orr is currently serving his life sentences in a California state prison. He has maintained his innocence over the years, claiming he was wrongly convicted despite the overwhelming evidence against him. His case became one of the most famous examples of a firefighter arsonist, a phenomenon that, while rare, represents a complete betrayal of public trust. The fires John Orr set destroyed hundreds of homes and businesses and took at least 4 lives. Families lost everything they owned. Children lost parents and grandparents. Communities lived in fear, not knowing when or where the next fire would strike. And all of this destruction was caused by someone who had taken an oath to protect people from fire. The case of John Orr revealed the dark side of someone who became addicted to the excitement and power that came with fire. He couldn't just fight fires, he needed to create them. He couldn't just investigate arsons, he needed to be the arsonist. His need for control and attention led him to betray everything he was supposed to stand for, turning him from a protector into one of California's most destructive criminals. The firefighting community was shaken by Orr's crimes, which damaged public trust in fire departments. But it also led to better screening and psychological evaluation of firefighters and investigators to identify warning signs of this kind of dangerous behavior. John Orr's legacy is one of betrayal, destruction, and lives lost, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes from those we trust most to keep us safe. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a house at the end of a cul-de-sac, about a man who wore the ordinary like armor, and about how small deceptions can grow into something dangerous when people look the other way. In the summer of 1997, in a small town outside Columbus, Ohio, there was a quiet street called Willow Ridge Drive. Lawns were mowed on Saturdays, mailboxes leaned at predictable angles, and children played until dusk. At the very end of the street sat a 2-story brick house with ivy crawling up the north wall. The occupants were a married couple named Paul and Diane Mercer. Paul worked as an accounts manager at a local supply company, and Diane ran a part-time tutoring business out of the spare bedroom. They were the kind of neighbors who attended block parties, brought casseroles to new parents, and smiled politely at passing cars. Paul seemed unremarkable in the best possible way. He arrived at work early, kept his driveway clean, and offered to babysit a neighbor's dog when she went on trips. People trusted him because he gave them nothing to distrust. But over the course of 6 years, that trust became the cover for a pattern of behavior no one noticed until it was far too late. The first disappearance happened in late 1998. A young man named Marcus, who had recently left a halfway house and taken a job at a warehouse down the road, failed to show up for work. Marcus had no close family in town and few friends who stayed in touch. He was last seen walking past a convenience store near Willow Ridge Drive. Neighbors assumed he had moved on. No missing person report was filed. For months, nothing seemed unusual. Then in 2000, a woman named Rosa stopped coming to the morning bookkeeping class Diane ran at the community center. Rosa was new in town and had limited family ties. Diane told classmates that Rosa had found full-time employment and was too busy to attend. Again, nobody pressed the matter. By 2002, rumors began to circulate quietly. A man who had been a transient returned to town and said he remembered Marcus spending evenings on Paul's porch, talking about finding steady work. A teenager recalled seeing a stranger carrying a large duffel bag into the Mercer's house at night. These memories were fragmented and unreliable on their own, easy to dismiss as misremembered details. People in small towns forgive a lot because they prefer harmony to suspicion. What finally moved officials into action was the disappearance of a well-known local teacher named Harold Green in the spring of 2003. Harold had family, a steady schedule, and close friends who would not let his absence be ignored. He missed classes for 2 days and then his car was found in a supermarket lot with his keys still inside. The school filed a report. Detectives opened an investigation and began tracing Harold's last known movements. Phone records placed Harold near Willow Ridge Drive the night he vanished. A neighbor reported seeing him walk purposefully toward the Mercer's house the evening before he disappeared. That detail drew attention because Harold was known to be cautious and deliberate in his routines. Investigators sought a search warrant for the Mercer's property. Paul and Diane cooperated at first, offering tea and plausible explanations. Their kitchen smelled of cinnamon and coffee, and their living room displayed family photos that showed polite smiles and birthdays celebrated. Under normal circumstances, such a scene would calm any visitor. But detectives discovered things that did not fit the image. In a shed behind the house, they found a stack of photocopied bills in Harold's name dated months after his disappearance. They found a small stack of photographs of other residents who had vanished, worn at the edges as if they had been carried and studied. And in the back garden, beneath a shallow layer of disturbed soil covered by a recent patch of sod, they found personal items linked to multiple missing people. When forensic teams expanded the search, they uncovered evidence that forced a broader inquiry. Items traced to Marcus and Rosa were found in sealed containers in the basement. A ledger documented deposits into a joint account opened by the Mercers that matched benefit payments and pension checks belonging to people who had disappeared. The pattern pointed to exploitation and cover-up, not accidental misfortune. Paul eventually stopped speaking in the polite, practiced way that had once calmed his neighbors. Under sustained questioning, he offered a narrative that mixed neglect with a chilling rationality. He said he had helped people who had nowhere else to go, that he had taken responsibility for their affairs when they drifted, and that he had paid bills and cashed checks to keep their names active so benefits would not lapse. As investigators pressed him about remains and missing persons, he shifted between claiming ignorance and offering explanations that did not stand up to evidence. Diane presented herself as bewildered, someone who had trusted her husband and trusted their home to be a refuge. She said she had been occupied with tutoring and afternoon classes and had not paid attention to the small discrepancies that investigators described. Witnesses later contradicted that account, describing times when Diane collected paperwork for tenants and signed forms on their behalf. The trial that followed revealed how easy it had been for harm to hide behind normalcy. Witnesses testified that the Mercers had positioned themselves as caretakers of people who would otherwise slip through the social safety net. They offered rides, helped fill out applications, and provided a warm place to sleep. For the vulnerable people who came to them, the Mercers felt like a lifeline. But that trust also gave Paul and Diane access to personal information, bank accounts, and the ability to declare someone moved away without anyone contesting it. Psychological experts painted a portrait of Paul as someone who craved control and rationalized exploitation as mercy. He saw himself as manager rather than manipulator, a person arranging the lives of others to suit his own needs. The prosecution argued that his acts went further than bookkeeping errors and neglect. They alleged he had orchestrated disappearances and concealed deaths to secure financial gain and preserve his image as a benevolent neighbor. Diane was portrayed as complicit, whether through active participation or willful blindness. In her defense, she insisted that she had not known the full extent of her husband's actions and that she had believed they were offering help. The jury weighed testimony about bank records, witness statements, and forensic findings, and ultimately the couple were convicted on counts related to fraud, abuse of vulnerable adults, and multiple charges connected to concealment. Sentences varied, but the community understood that the legal outcome could not fully account for the scale of harm. Families of victims who had been transient or estranged learned, often for the first time, that their loved ones had been in this town and in these rooms. The case prompted reform at the county level. Agencies began to require better tracking of residents in boarding situations, and social services implemented cross-checks to ensure benefits and pensions were not redirected without independent verification. Willow Ridge Drive returned to its ordinary rhythms with time, but the memory of the next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a teenage girl who went to a party and Never Came Home, about a case that divided a small California town, and about how a sexual assault accusation led to a tragic death and a trial that exposed deep divisions in a community. In September 2012, 15-year-old Audrey Pott attended a party at a friend's house in Saratoga, California, while the friend's parents were away. Audrey was a freshman in high school, artistic and outgoing, with a close group of friends. She had been drinking at the party and passed out in a bedroom. While she was unconscious, 3 teenage boys sexually assaulted her and took photographs of what they had done. Audrey woke up the next morning with marker drawings on her body, but no memory of what had happened to her. Over the next few days, she began to piece together what had occurred as photos started circulating among students at her school. The images spread through text messages and social media, and Audrey realized that her assault had become public entertainment for her classmates. The humiliation was unbearable for Audrey. Students were talking about what had happened, making jokes, and sharing the photos. She felt violated not just by the assault itself, but by having her worst moment turned into gossip and mockery. She reached out to friends expressing her anguish and despair, saying that her life was ruined and that she couldn't face people at school. On September 12, 2012, just 8 days after the party, Audrey Pott took her own life. Her parents found her and were devastated, initially not understanding what had driven their daughter to such despair. It wasn't until later that they learned about the assault and the photos that had been circulating at school. The case drew national attention and became part of a broader conversation about teenage sexual assault, bullying, and the role of social media in amplifying trauma. Audrey's parents, Larry Pott and Sheila Pott, decided to go public with what had happened to their daughter, hoping to raise awareness and prevent similar tragedies. The 3 boys involved in the assault were arrested and charged in juvenile court. Because they were minors, their identities were not publicly released, and the proceedings were handled differently than they would have been in adult court. The boys initially denied the assault, claiming it had been consensual, despite the fact that Audrey had been unconscious. The case highlighted serious gaps in how sexual assault is understood and prosecuted, particularly when it involves teenagers and alcohol. California law is clear that someone who is unconscious cannot consent to sexual activity, but defense attorneys try to argue that the boys hadn't understood what they were doing was assault. They portrayed the incident as teenage experimentation gone wrong, rather than a serious crime. In 2014, the 3 boys pleaded guilty to the charges. Because the case was in juvenile court and the defendants were minors, the sentences were relatively light. They received sentences ranging from 30 to 45 days in juvenile detention, along with probation. Many people, including Audrey's family, felt that the punishment did not match the severity of the crime or adequately reflect the tragic outcome. Audrey's parents filed a civil lawsuit against the families of the boys involved, seeking to hold them accountable for their son's actions. The lawsuit also named the school district, arguing that officials had not done enough to address the culture that allowed such behavior to occur. The civil case was eventually settled out of court for an undisclosed amount. The Audrey Pott case became one of several high-profile instances that exposed how teenage sexual assault was being minimized and how social media was being used to further victimize survivors. Around the same time, a similar case in Steubenville, Ohio, involved high school football players who had assaulted an unconscious girl and shared photos and videos of the assault online. These cases sparked a national conversation about rape culture, particularly in high school settings where athletes or popular students sometimes received preferential treatment. They highlighted how victims were often blamed or shamed, while perpetrators faced minimal consequences. The cases also exposed how social media had created new ways to torment victims by making private assaults into public spectacles. Audrey's parents became advocates for change, pushing for stronger laws and better education about consent and sexual assault. They worked with lawmakers in California to pass legislation addressing the issues highlighted by their daughter's case. They also established a foundation in Audrey's name to promote awareness and prevention of sexual assault among teenagers. The case had a lasting impact on how schools approach sexual assault education and how law enforcement handles cases involving teenage victims and perpetrators. It contributed to broader conversations about the need for comprehensive consent education and about the legal and social consequences of sharing intimate images without permission. For Audrey's family and friends, the tragedy left a permanent void. Audrey had been a talented artist who loved music and had dreams for her future. Her parents kept her bedroom as she had left it, preserving the artwork on her walls and the creative projects she had been working on. They spoke publicly about her not to define her by what happened to her, but to honor who she had been and to prevent other families from experiencing similar loss. The 3 boys involved in the assault have since completed their sentences and moved on with their lives, largely protected by the anonymity afforded by the juvenile justice system. Audrey's parents have expressed frustration that the boys faced relatively minor consequences while their daughter paid with her life. They've spoken about the injustice of perpetrators being able to move forward while victims and their families carry the trauma forever. Audrey Potts' case remains a powerful and tragic example of how sexual assault, victim blaming, and social media can combine with devastating consequences. She was a young girl who went to a party and was victimized twice. First by the assault itself, and then by having that assault made public and turned into entertainment by her peers. The shame and humiliation became too much to bear, and she saw no way forward. Her story continues to be told not for sensationalism, but as a cautionary tale and a call to action. It reminds us that sexual assault is never the victim's fault, that consent cannot be given by someone who is unconscious, and that sharing intimate images without consent is a violation that can have tragic consequences. Audrey Potts should have had the chance to grow up, to develop her artistic talents, and to live the life she had been building. Instead, she became a symbol of the urgent need for change in how society addresses sexual violence and protects young people from harm. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a brilliant doctoral student who seemed to have a promising future, about a professor who was found shot in his own office, and about how a botched robbery turned into a case that exposed dark secrets hidden beneath a prestigious university campus. In September 2013, the University of Alabama in Huntsville campus was rocked by a shooting that initially seemed like a random act of violence. Biology professor Amy Bishop had walked into a faculty meeting in 2010 and opened fire, ending the lives of 3 colleagues and injuring 3 others. But this story isn't about Amy Bishop. Let me tell you about a different case from a different university. In July 2013, 24-year-old nursing student Lauren Giddings was living in an apartment near Mercer University Law School in Macon, Georgia. Lauren had just graduated from law school and was preparing to take the bar exam. She was smart, ambitious, and loved by her friends and family. On June 26, 2011, Lauren's friends reported her missing after she stopped responding to calls and texts. This wasn't like her at all. When police went to check Lauren's apartment, they found it locked and seemingly undisturbed. Her car was parked outside, and there were no obvious signs of a break-in or struggle. But Lauren was nowhere to be found. Days passed with no sign of her, and the search intensified. Then on June 30th, 2011, a maintenance worker made a horrifying discovery in the trash area near the apartment complex. Human remains had been placed in a trash bin near the apartments. The body had been dismembered and placed in garbage bags. DNA testing confirmed what everyone feared. The remains belonged to Lauren Giddings. The discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a homicide, and police immediately began looking at everyone who lived in or near the apartment complex. One person who drew investigators' attention was Stephen McDaniel, a fellow law school graduate who lived in the same apartment building as Lauren. Stephen had actually appeared on local news expressing concern about Lauren's disappearance, saying he hoped she would be found safe. But when police interviewed him, his behavior was bizarre and his answers were evasive. During a police interview, detectives informed Stephen that Lauren's body had been found. His reaction was strange and unsettling. He seemed to freeze, staring blankly and barely responding. The interview, which was recorded, showed Stephen sitting motionless for extended periods, giving one-word answers, and appearing to shut down emotionally. His unusual behavior made investigators more suspicious. Police obtained a search warrant for Stephen McDaniel's apartment, and what they found was deeply disturbing. Stephen had an obsession with Lauren. He had been secretly recording her through her window and had videos of her in her apartment without her knowledge. He had researched methods of disposing of bodies online. He had even purchased hacksaw blades and other items that could be used to dismember a body. Investigators also found evidence that Stephen had broken into Lauren's apartment. A key that fit her lock was discovered in his possession. The hacksaw found in his apartment was consistent with the tool used to dismember Lauren's body. The case against Stephen McDaniel was building rapidly, and the picture emerging was of a man who had become obsessed with his neighbor and had acted on that obsession in the most violent way possible. Stephen McDaniel was arrested and charged with Lauren Giddings' abduction and ending of her life. The evidence against him was overwhelming. Beyond the physical evidence found in his apartment, digital forensics revealed his disturbing online searches and his pattern of spying on Lauren. He had violated her privacy repeatedly before ultimately taking her life. The case went to trial in 2014, but before the jury could reach a verdict, Stephen McDaniel decided to enter a guilty plea. In April 2014, he pleaded guilty to all charges in exchange for a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. By accepting the plea deal, he avoided a potential death penalty sentence. During the investigation and court proceedings, disturbing details emerged about how Lauren had died. Prosecutors believed that Stephen had broken into Lauren's apartment while she was sleeping, attacked her, and strangled her. He then dismembered her body in an attempt to dispose of the evidence. The crime was premeditated and showed a level of planning that made it even more chilling. Lauren's family was devastated by the loss and by the details of what had happened to her. They had watched her work hard through law school and achieve her dream of becoming a lawyer. She had been just days away from taking the bar exam when her life was stolen. Her sister Karen spoke publicly about Lauren's warmth, intelligence, and the bright future that had been taken from her. The case raised serious questions about safety in apartment complexes and about how to protect against neighbors who might have harmful intentions. Lauren had done nothing to provoke Stephen's obsession. She had simply lived her life, unaware that someone nearby was watching her and planning something terrible. The randomness of her selection as a victim made the crime even more frightening. Stephen McDaniel is currently serving his life sentence in a Georgia prison. He will never be released. During his sentencing, he showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why he had taken Lauren's life. His lack of remorse and his strange, detached demeanor throughout the legal proceedings disturbed everyone involved in the case. The Lauren Giddings case became a reminder that danger can exist even in places that should be safe, like our own homes and apartment buildings. It highlighted the importance of being aware of surroundings and trusting instincts if something feels wrong. It also showed how modern technology, while useful, can be misused by people with harmful intentions to spy on and stalk others. Lauren Giddings was remembered by those who knew her as a dedicated student, a loyal friend, and a person with a bright future in law. She had worked hard to achieve her goals and was on the verge of beginning her legal career when her life was cut short. Her family established a scholarship in her name to help other students pursue their educational dreams, ensuring that Lauren's memory would live on in a positive way. The case of Lauren Giddings serves as a tragic reminder that evil can hide behind ordinary facades. Stephen McDaniel was a fellow law student, someone who should have been focused on his own future and career. Instead, he became obsessed with a neighbor and committed a horrific crime that destroyed multiple lives. Lauren deserved to live, to practice law, and to make the difference in the world that she had planned. Her story remains a sobering example of how violence can strike without warning and how precious and fragile life truly is. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a firefighter who was supposed to protect his community about a series of devastating fires that terrorized a California town, and about how an arson investigation revealed that the person setting the fires was the same person who kept showing up to fight them. In the 1980s and 1990s, a wave of arson fires swept through California, causing millions of dollars in damage and taking multiple lives. The fires seemed random at first, targeting homes, businesses, and retail stores across different cities. Fire investigators struggled to identify a pattern or motive, but they knew they were dealing with a serial arsonist who was becoming more brazen and dangerous with each fire. The arsonist had a signature method. He used a time delay incendiary device that gave him time to leave the scene before the fire started. The device was simple but effective, a cigarette attached to matches with a rubber band. The cigarette would burn down slowly, eventually igniting the matches, which would then ignite whatever flammable materials had been placed nearby. This gave the arsonist a window of several minutes to be far away when the fire actually started. Between 1984 and 1991, this arsonist set nearly 2,000 fires across California. The fires destroyed homes where families slept, retail stores and shopping centers, and even a hardware store where 4 people died trapped inside. The death toll continued to rise, and investigators were under immense pressure to catch the person responsible before more lives were lost. Fire investigators from multiple jurisdictions began working together, sharing information about the fires and looking for connections. They noticed that many of the fires were set in retail stores, often in areas where flammable products were stored. They also noticed that the fires frequently occurred in locations near the arsonist's apparent comfort zone, suggesting he was someone who was familiar with the area. One name that kept appearing in the investigation was John Leonard, or a fire captain and arson investigator for the Glendale Fire Department, or was actually one of the investigators working on the arson cases. He was respected in his field, had written articles about fire investigation, and regularly attended conferences about arson detection. He seemed like the perfect person to help catch the serial arsonist. But investigators began to notice something strange. John had been present at or near many of the fires, either responding as a firefighter or attending in his capacity as an arson investigator. At first, this didn't seem unusual since it was his job to investigate arsons. But the pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Fires seemed to happen in areas where was attending conferences or training sessions. The breakthrough came when investigators discovered that had written a manuscript for a novel about a serial arsonist. The book, titled Points of Origin, told the story of a firefighter who secretly set fires and then investigated them. The details in the fictional account were disturbingly similar to the real fires happening across California. The protagonist in Orr's novel used the same time delay cigarette device that the real arsonist was using. Investigators obtained a search warrant for Orr's home and car. In his vehicle, they found materials that could be used to make incendiary devices, including cigarettes and rubber bands. They also found evidence that had been tracking his own fires, keeping notes about which ones had been successful and which had been discovered before causing significant damage. The evidence was overwhelming. John, the fire captain who was supposed to be catching the arsonist, was actually the arsonist himself. He had been setting fires for years, then showing up to investigate them or fight them, enjoying the chaos and attention that came with each blaze. He had even written a book about it, thinly disguising his own crimes as fiction. In 1992, John was arrested and charged with multiple counts of arson. As investigators dug deeper, they connected him to more and more fires, including the 1984 fire at a hardware store in South Pasadena that had killed 4 people, including a 2-year-old child and her grandmother. The realization that a trusted fire official had been responsible for so much destruction and death shocked the firefighting community. Orr's trial began in 1998. The prosecution presented evidence of the fires, the incendiary devices, and the manuscript that described crimes only the arsonist could know about. They argued that had set fires to create excitement in his life and to make himself seem important as the investigator who could solve these cases. Some experts suggested he had a psychological need for attention and control. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Orr's manuscript was just fiction, not a confession. They claimed that other people could have been responsible for the fires and that Orr was being targeted because he was a fire investigator who had made enemies. But the evidence was too strong, and the patterns were too clear. In 1998, John Orr was convicted of 4 counts of ending lives through arson for the hardware store fire that killed 4 people. He was also convicted of multiple other arson charges. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other arsons. In a separate federal trial, he was convicted of additional arson charges and received more prison time. John Orr is currently serving his life sentences in a California state prison. He has maintained his innocence over the years, claiming he was wrongly convicted despite the overwhelming evidence against him. His case became one of the most famous examples of a firefighter arsonist, a phenomenon that, while rare, represents a complete betrayal of public trust. The fires John Orr set destroyed hundreds of homes and businesses and took at least 4 lives. Families lost everything they owned. Children lost parents and grandparents. Communities lived in fear, not knowing when or where the next fire would strike. And all of this destruction was caused by someone who had taken an oath to protect people from fire. The case of John Orr revealed the dark side of someone who became addicted to the excitement and power that came with fire. He couldn't just fight fires, he needed to create them. He couldn't just investigate arsons, he needed to be the arsonist. His need for control and attention led him to betray everything he was supposed to stand for, turning him from a protector into one of California's most destructive criminals. The firefighting community was shaken by Orr's crimes, which damaged public trust in fire departments. But it also led to better screening and psychological evaluation of firefighters and investigators to identify warning signs of this kind of dangerous behavior. John Orr's legacy is one of betrayal, destruction, and lives lost, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes from those we trust most to keep us safe. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular high school athlete who seemed destined for greatness, about a young woman who was found strangled in her apartment, and about how a case that went cold for over 20 years was finally solved when the killer made one careless mistake. In June 1993, 18-year-old Angie Dodge was found dead in her apartment in Idaho Falls, Idaho. She had been brutally attacked and strangled in her own bedroom. The crime scene showed signs of a violent struggle, and evidence suggested she had fought hard against her attacker. The small community of Idaho Falls was shocked that such a terrible crime could happen in their quiet town. Police immediately launched an investigation, collecting evidence from the scene, including DNA samples. In 1993, DNA technology was still relatively new, but investigators preserved the biological evidence, hoping it would eventually help them identify the killer. They interviewed Angie's friends, family, and anyone who might have seen something suspicious around her apartment building. The investigation eventually focused on a young man named Christopher Tapp, who was 18 years old at the time of the crime. Christopher had some connections to people who knew Angie, though he didn't know her well himself. Police brought him in for questioning, and after hours of intense interrogation, Christopher confessed to being involved in Angie's death. But there were immediate problems with Christopher's confession. The details he provided didn't match the evidence from the crime scene. He changed his story multiple times during the interrogation. Most critically, his DNA didn't match the DNA found at the scene. Despite these red flags, prosecutors moved forward with charging Christopher as an accomplice, claiming he had been present during the attack, even if he wasn't the primary perpetrator. In 1998, Christopher Tapp was convicted of being involved in Angie's death and was sentenced to 30 years in prison. He maintained his innocence, saying he had only confessed because police had pressured him and suggested details he should include in his story. But he remained behind bars while the real killer's identity remained unknown. For over 2 decades, Angie Dodge's mother, Carol, worked tirelessly to find the truth about who had really taken her daughter's life. She reviewed the evidence, studied the case files, and became convinced that Christopher Tapp was innocent. She even formed a friendship with Christopher, visiting him in prison and advocating for his release. Carol Dodd wanted justice for her daughter, but she wanted the right person held accountable, not an innocent man. The DNA evidence from the crime scene had never matched Christopher Tapp, and it didn't match anyone in the criminal DNA databases. For years, the case remained partially unsolved. Police had convicted someone they believed was involved, but they knew the DNA belonged to someone else who had never been identified. Then in 2014, Carol Dodge pushed for the case to be reopened and for new DNA testing to be conducted using updated technology. The Idaho Innocence Project also got involved, working to prove Christopher Tapp's innocence. As investigators looked at the case with fresh eyes, it became increasingly clear that Christopher's confession had been coerced and that he had no actual involvement in the crime. In 2019, after serving more than 20 years in prison, Christopher Tapp was released. Prosecutors acknowledged that he should not have been convicted and that the confession had been unreliable. But the question remained, who had actually ended Angie Dodge's life? Investigators decided to use the same genetic genealogy technique that had successfully identified the Golden State Killer. They uploaded the DNA profile from the crime scene to public genealogy databases and began building family trees to identify potential suspects. The process was painstaking, requiring investigators to trace family lines and eliminate relatives one by one. The genetic genealogy work led investigators to a man named Brian Lee Drips, who had been living in Idaho Falls at the time of Angie's death. In fact, Drips had lived in the same apartment complex as Angie, right across the hall from her. He had been there all along, hiding in plain sight for over 25 years. In May 2019, police arrested 53-year-old Brian Drips and charged him with the assault and ending of Angie Dodge's life. When confronted with the DNA evidence, Drips confessed to the crime. He admitted that he had entered Angie's apartment and attacked her, acting alone. Christopher Tapp had never been involved at all. Drips claimed he had been drunk and high on drugs the night of the attack, and said he'd gone to Angie's apartment thinking she was someone else he knew. His explanation did little to justify the brutal violence he had inflicted on an innocent young woman. He had taken Angie's life, then lived freely for 26 years while an innocent man sat in prison for his crime. In 2021, Brian Drips pleaded guilty to the charges and was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. He will be eligible for parole after serving 20 years, though there's no guarantee he will ever be released. For Angie's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure, though it couldn't undo the decades of pain and the knowledge that the wrong person had been punished for so long. Carol Dodge, who had fought so hard for the truth, didn't live to see Drips convicted. She passed away in 2019, just months after his arrest. But she knew before she died that her daughter's real killer had finally been identified and that Christopher Tapp had been exonerated. Her determination to find the truth, even when it meant admitting that the original conviction was wrong, was extraordinary. Christopher Tapp has worked to rebuild his life after spending more than 20 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. He has become an advocate for criminal justice reform and for improving interrogation practices to prevent false confessions. His case has become a textbook example of how coercive interrogation techniques can lead innocent people to confess to crimes they didn't commit. Angie Dodge was just 18 years old when her life was stolen from her by a neighbor who saw her as a victim rather than a person. She had graduated from high school just weeks before her death and had her whole future ahead of her. Her case became a cautionary tale about the dangers of tunnel vision in investigations and the importance of DNA evidence in ensuring justice is served. The case also demonstrated the power of genetic genealogy in solving cold cases and the importance of families who refuse to give up searching for truth. Carol Dodge's determination ensured that both her daughter's real killer was caught and an innocent man was freed. While justice came far too late for Angie and took far too long for Christopher Tapp, the truth finally emerged, proving that persistence and advancing technology can eventually overcome even decades of injustice. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a charming young man who seemed to have a bright future, about a series of brutal attacks that terrorized California in the 1970s and 80s, and about how one of the most prolific serial killers in American history was finally caught decades later through a revolutionary use of DNA technology. For over 40 years, a serial predator known by various names terrorized California. He started as the Visalia ransacker, became the East Area Predator, then the original Night Stalker, and was eventually called the Golden State Killer. But behind all these names was one man, Joseph James D'Angelo, a former police officer who used his knowledge of law enforcement to evade capture for decades. The crimes began in 1974 in Visalia, California, where a series of strange break-ins occurred. The intruder would enter homes, ransack them, but often steal only small items of little value. Sometimes he would take photographs or personal items that seemed to have no monetary worth. The pattern was unusual and unsettling. Then in 1975, the Visalia ransacker shot and ended the life of a man who confronted him during a burglary attempt. After that incident, the ransackings in Visalia stopped. But in 1976, a new series of crimes began in Sacramento and spread throughout Northern California. An intruder would break into homes in the middle of the night, often targeting couples. He would shine a flashlight in the faces of sleeping victims, waking them in terror. He would tie up the male victim, often placing dishes on his back and threatening that if he heard the dishes rattle, he would harm the female victim. The attacks were brutal and methodical. The perpetrator clearly planned his crimes carefully, often prowling neighborhoods for days or weeks before striking. He would make threatening phone calls to victims before and after attacks. Sometimes he would break into homes when no one was there, unlocking windows or doors to make future entry easier. His level of preparation was chilling. Between 1976 and 1986, the attacker committed at least 13 known cases of ending life, over 50 assaults, and more than 100 burglaries across California. He struck in Sacramento, Contra Costa County, the East Bay Area, and eventually Southern California. The crimes were connected through DNA evidence and similar patterns. But for years, investigators didn't realize they were dealing with one person operating across such a wide area. What made this perpetrator particularly terrifying was his unpredictability and his apparent enjoyment of psychological torture. He would spend hours in victims' homes, eating their food, drinking their beer, and terrorizing them. He would ask victims cruel questions and make threats against their families. Sometimes he would sob or cry during attacks, leading some investigators to believe he might be mentally unstable. Despite massive investigations involving multiple law enforcement agencies, the perpetrator remained unidentified. He seemed to vanish in 1986 after his final known attack, and the case eventually went cold. Investigators continued working on the case, preserving evidence, and hoping that someday technology would advance enough to catch the person responsible. In the 2000s, investigators began using DNA from the crime scenes to definitively link all the various attacks to one person. They realized the East Area Predator and the original Night Stalker were the same individual, and they started calling him the Golden State Killer. The DNA evidence proved the connection, but it didn't tell them who he was because his DNA wasn't in any criminal database. Then in 2018, investigators tried something revolutionary. They uploaded the DNA profile from the crime scenes to GEDmatch, a public genealogy database where people upload their DNA results to find relatives. They weren't looking for an exact match, but for relatives of the perpetrator who might have uploaded their DNA for genealogy purposes. The strategy worked. Investigators found distant relatives of the Golden State Killer through the database. Using traditional genealogy research, they built family trees and narrowed down potential suspects. This led them to Joseph James D'Angelo, a 72-year-old former police officer living in Sacramento County. Investigators began surveilling D'Angelo and eventually collected his DNA from items he had discarded. When they tested that DNA against the crime scene evidence, it was a match. On April 24, 2018, Joseph James D'Angelo was arrested at his home in Citrus Heights, California. The arrest shocked the nation and brought closure to families who had waited decades for answers. D'Angelo had been a police officer in Exeter and Auburn, California, during the time he was committing many of his crimes. He had used his law enforcement knowledge to evade capture, understanding how police investigated crimes and what evidence to avoid leaving. He had been fired from the Auburn Police Department in 1979 for shoplifting, but no one had connected him to the series of attacks happening in the area. After leaving law enforcement, D'Angelo worked at a grocery store distribution center until his retirement. He lived a seemingly normal life with his wife and children. Neighbors described him as an odd, sometimes angry man who would yell at people, but no one suspected he was capable of such horrific crimes. His family was shocked by his arrest. In June 2020, Joseph D'Angelo pleaded guilty to 13 counts of first-degree ending of life and admitted to numerous other crimes. At his sentencing hearing, which lasted several days, survivors and family members of victims gave emotional impact statements. They described the decades of pain, fear, and trauma his actions had caused. D'Angelo, now elderly and frail, showed little emotion during the proceedings. He made a brief statement apologizing to his victims, but many felt it was too little, too late. In August 2020, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. At 74 years old, he will spend the rest of his life behind bars. The Golden State Killer case revolutionized how law enforcement approaches cold cases. The use of genetic genealogy to identify D'Angelo opened new possibilities for solving decades-old crimes. Since his arrest, this technique has been used to solve numerous other cold cases across the country. For the victims and families who suffered at the hands of Joseph D'Angelo, his capture brought a mix of relief and renewed pain. Many victims had spent 40 years looking over their shoulders, afraid he might return. Some had died before seeing him brought to justice. But those who survived and the families of those who didn't finally had answers and could see their attacker held accountable. Joseph D'Angelo terrorized California for over a decade, hiding behind his badge and his ordinary appearance. He destroyed lives, shattered families, and created fear that lasted for generations. But in the end, science and determined investigators brought him to justice, proving that even after decades, the truth can still emerge and evil can finally be held accountable for its crimes. I'm going to tell you a story about a loving father who took his family on a camping trip, about a little girl who vanished in the middle of the night, and about a case that has haunted Australia for over 40 years with questions that remain unanswered to this day. In December 1980, the Beaumont family from Adelaide, Australia, was well aware of the dangers that could befall children. Just 14 years earlier, the infamous Beaumont children had disappeared from a beach, a case that had terrified parents across the nation. But when 7-year-old Cheryl Grimmer vanished from a beach changing room in broad daylight, it proved that even the most cautious families weren't safe from tragedy. Actually, let me tell you a different story. In January 1966, the Beaumont children, 9-year-old Jane, 7-year-old Arna, and 4-year-old Grant, went to Glenelg Beach in Adelaide for a day of fun in the sun. Their mother Nancy dropped them off with money for lunch and told them to catch the bus home by 2 in the afternoon. The children never came home. Witnesses reported seeing the 3 children playing on the beach with a tall, blond man in his 30s. The children seemed comfortable with him, and he appeared to be buying them treats and playing with them. Several people noticed the man because he was paying so much attention to the children, but no one thought anything was wrong at the time. The children seemed happy and willing participants in whatever activities they were doing with this stranger. When the children didn't return home by 2 o'clock, their mother Nancy became concerned. By 4 in the afternoon, she was frantic. She and her husband Jim went to the beach to search for their children, but found no trace of them. Police were called, and a massive search began that would become one of the largest in Australian history. Investigators quickly established a timeline of the children's movements that day. They had been seen at a local bakery buying meat pies with a £1 note, even though their mother had only given them coins. Someone had given them more money. They had been seen playing near the beach, changing rooms with a blonde man. Then, sometime in the early afternoon, they simply vanished. The case captured national attention. Thousands of volunteers searched parks, beaches, and vacant lots. Police received hundreds of tips and followed up on every lead. Psychics offered their services. The entire nation was gripped by the mystery of what had happened to the 3 Beaumont children. Police focused their investigation on the mysterious blonde man seen with the children. Multiple witnesses came forward with descriptions, and a police sketch was created. The man was described as being in his mid-30s, tall and thin, with a lean face and sun-bleached blonde hair. He was wearing swimming trunks and appeared very comfortable with children. Detectives theorized that the man had groomed the children over time, possibly encountering them on previous visits to the beach and building their trust gradually. The children's willingness to accept money and food from him and to spend hours in his company suggested they felt safe with him. This led investigators to believe the perpetrator was someone who understood how to manipulate children and make them feel comfortable. Despite the extensive investigation and the numerous witnesses, police were never able to identify the blonde man. Over the years, various suspects emerged, but none could be definitively linked to the disappearance. The case went cold, though it has never been officially closed and remains open to this day. One suspect who drew significant attention was a man named Harry Phipps, a local factory owner who died in 2004. Phipps had been known to visit Glenelg Beach and fits some aspects of the description. Former employees came forward years later saying they believed Phipps had been involved in the disappearances. However, despite extensive investigation, no physical evidence ever linked him to the crime. Another person of interest was Derek Ernest Percy, a convicted child killer who was in prison for taking the life of a young girl at a different beach. Percy had been in the area around the time of the Beaumont children's disappearance and fit the general description. He was questioned multiple times about the case, but never confessed, and died in prison in 2013 without ever being charged in connection with the Beaumont case. The disappearance had a profound impact on Australian society. Parents became more cautious about letting their children play unsupervised. The case became a reference point for an entire generation. The moment when childhood innocence was lost and stranger danger became a real and terrifying concept. The names Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont became synonymous with every parent's worst nightmare. For Jim and Nancy Beaumont, the disappearance of their children destroyed their lives. They spent decades hoping for answers, following up on tips, and never giving up the belief that their children might someday be found. Jim Beaumont said in interviews that he believed the children had been taken by someone who wanted children of their own, and he held out hope they might still be alive somewhere, unaware of their true identities. Nancy Beaumont maintained hope for many years, but eventually came to accept that her children were likely deceased. The couple's marriage struggled under the weight of the tragedy, and they eventually separated, though they remained connected by their shared loss. Jim Beaumont lived until 2020, passing away at 97 years old without ever learning what happened to his children. Over the decades, there have been multiple searches based on tips and theories. Properties have been excavated, locations have been searched with ground-penetrating radar, and numerous leads have been followed. In 2018, police conducted a search of a factory site that had belonged to Harry Phipps, but no remains were found. Each time a new search is announced, the case returns to the headlines, and a new generation learns about the 3 children who vanished from the beach. The Beaumont children case remains one of Australia's most enduring mysteries. Despite one of the most extensive investigations in the country's history, despite thousands of tips and multiple suspects, no one has ever been charged, and the children's remains have never been found. The case changed how Australians view child safety and remains a cautionary tale about the dangers children can face. Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont went to the beach on a summer day for what should have been a fun outing. They were responsible children who knew to catch the bus home and had done so many times before. But on that day, they encountered someone who saw them not as children with families and futures, but as victims. Their disappearance left a hole in their family and in the Australian consciousness that has never been filled. The case serves as a reminder that evil can strike when we least expect it, and that some mysteries may never be solved, leaving families to wonder forever what happened to the children they loved. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly devoted husband who called 911 on Christmas Eve, about a wife found dead at the bottom of the stairs, and about how one man managed to get away with taking a life for over 15 years before his past finally caught up with him. In December 2001, Michael Peterson called emergency services from his luxurious home in Durham, North Carolina, frantically reporting that his wife Kathleen had fallen down the stairs. When paramedics arrived, they found 48-year-old Kathleen Peterson lying in a pool of blood at the bottom of the back staircase. There was an enormous amount of blood, far more than seemed consistent with a simple fall. Michael Peterson was a novelist and former newspaper columnist who had been married to Kathleen, a successful corporate executive, for several years. He told police that they had been relaxing by the pool that evening, drinking wine and talking. He said he had stayed outside while Kathleen went inside, and when he came in later, he found her lying at the bottom of the stairs, bleeding. He claimed she must have fallen after having too much to drink. But when investigators examined the scene more carefully, they became suspicious. The blood spatter patterns on the walls and ceiling suggested something more violent than a fall. There were 7 deep lacerations on Kathleen's scalp, and the injuries seemed inconsistent with falling downstairs. The sheer volume of blood indicated she had been bleeding for some time, raising questions about Michael's timeline of events. As police dug deeper into the Peterson family, they uncovered secrets that cast Michael in a very different light. They discovered that Michael was bisexual and had been communicating with male escorts online. Kathleen apparently hadn't known about this side of his life. Investigators found emails showing Michael had been arranging meetings with men, and some believe this secret life provided a possible motive if Kathleen had discovered the truth. Financial problems also emerged. Despite their wealthy appearance, the Petersons were deeply in debt. Michael's writing career wasn't as successful as it once had been, and they were struggling to maintain their expensive lifestyle. Kathleen had a large life insurance policy that would pay out significantly if she died, giving Michael another potential motive. Then investigators discovered something that would become central to the case. In 1985, while Michael Peterson was living in Germany as a Department of Defense contractor, a close family friend named Elizabeth Ratliff had been found dead at the bottom of her stairs. Michael had been one of the last people to see Elizabeth alive, and he had been involved in the investigation and aftermath of her death. At the time, Elizabeth's death had been ruled natural, attributed to a brain hemorrhage. But the similarities between Elizabeth's death and Kathleen's were striking. Both women were found at the bottom of staircases. Both had significant head injuries. Both had Michael Peterson closely connected to them. Authorities in Germany had Elizabeth's body exhumed, and a new autopsy concluded she had been the victim of a homicide, not a natural death. Michael Peterson was arrested and charged with first-degree ending of Kathleen's life. His trial began in 2003 and became a media sensation, partly because a French documentary crew had been given access to film the case for a series called The Staircase. The documentary would eventually become one of the most famous true crime series ever made. The prosecution's case centered on the forensic evidence. They brought in blood spatter expert Dwayne Deaver, who testified that the patterns of blood in the stairwell were consistent with beating, not a fall. He demonstrated how the cast-off patterns on the ceiling and walls indicated Kathleen had been struck repeatedly with an object. The prosecution suggested Michael had attacked Kathleen with a fireplace blowpoke that was missing from their home. The defense argued that Kathleen had simply fallen down the stairs and that the unusual blood patterns were because she had remained conscious for a period of time, coughing and moving, which spread blood around the stairwell. They brought their own experts who challenged the prosecution's blood spatter analysis and suggested the injuries could have been caused by a fall. The issue of Elizabeth Ratliff's death became a major part of the trial. The prosecution was allowed to present evidence about Elizabeth's death to show a pattern of behavior. They argued that Michael had gotten away with taking one life in Germany and had used the same method years later with Kathleen. The defense fought hard to keep Elizabeth's case out of the trial, arguing it was prejudicial and unrelated. In October 2003, after one of the longest trials in North Carolina history, the jury found Michael Peterson guilty of first-degree ending of life. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The verdict seemed to bring closure to the case, with Michael finally being held accountable for Kathleen's death. But the story didn't end there. In 2011, it was discovered that Dwayne Deaver, the prosecution's blood spatter expert, had given misleading testimony in multiple cases and had hidden evidence that contradicted his conclusions. His credibility was destroyed, and this became grounds for Michael Peterson to appeal his conviction. In 2017, after spending 8 years in prison, Michael Peterson was granted a new trial because of the problems with Deaver's testimony. Rather than face another lengthy trial with an uncertain outcome, Michael agreed to an unusual plea deal. He entered an Alford plea to voluntary manslaughter, which allowed him to maintain his innocence while acknowledging that prosecutors had enough evidence to convict him. With credit for time served, Michael Peterson was sentenced to time already served and was released from prison. The plea deal meant he avoided the possibility of spending the rest of his life in prison if he lost a second trial, but it also meant he was never fully exonerated. He remains a convicted felon who pleaded guilty to causing Kathleen's death, even though he continues to claim he is innocent. Michael Peterson now lives in Durham, still maintaining that Kathleen fell down the stairs and that he had nothing to do with her death or Elizabeth Ratliff's death years earlier. He has given interviews and participated in updates to the Staircase documentary, always presenting himself as a victim of a flawed justice system. Kathleen Peterson's family and friends believe justice was not fully served. Her daughter from a previous marriage has stated publicly that she believes Michael is responsible for her mother's death and that the plea deal allowed him to escape full accountability. They remember Kathleen as a brilliant, accomplished woman who deserved better than to die violently in her own home. The case remains controversial. Some people believe Michael Peterson is guilty and manipulated the system to gain his freedom. Others believe he was wrongly convicted based on flawed forensic science, and that Kathleen's death truly was a tragic accident. The truth about what happened at the bottom of those stairs on Christmas Eve 2001 may never be fully known, but Kathleen Peterson's life was cut short that night, leaving behind children, family, and friends who still mourn her loss decades later. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly perfect military family, about a pregnant woman and her 2 daughters who were brutally taken from their home, and about how a respected Army officer's secret life led to one of the most shocking crimes to ever occur on an American military base. In December 2008, 34-year-old Erin Corwin lived with her husband John at the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms, California. Wait, let me tell you a different story. In February 1970, Colette McDonald and her 2 young daughters, 5-year-old Kimberly and 2-year-old Kristen, were found deceased in their home at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Colette was pregnant with her 3rd child. The scene was one of unimaginable violence. All 3 had been attacked with multiple weapons. The house showed signs of a struggle, with furniture overturned and blood throughout several rooms. The person who reported the crime was Colette's husband, Dr. Jeffrey McDonald, a Green Beret physician and captain in the Army. When military police arrived, they found Jeffrey wounded but alive. He had been stabbed in the chest, though his injuries were not life-threatening. He told investigators an incredible story about what had happened that night. Jeffrey claimed that he had fallen asleep on the living room couch while watching television. He said he was awakened by screaming and saw 4 intruders in his home. He described them as 3 men and 1 woman. The woman had long blonde hair and was wearing a floppy hat. She was carrying a candle and chanting something that sounded like acid is groovy and kill the pigs. According to Jeffrey, the intruders attacked him, and he struggled with them before being knocked unconscious. When he came to, he found his wife and daughters had been attacked. He said he tried to give his wife mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and called for help. His story had eerie similarities to the recent Manson family killings in California, which have been all over the news. Military investigators immediately began examining the crime scene and Jeffrey's account. They found troubling inconsistencies almost from start. The physical evidence didn't match Jeffrey's story about struggling with multiple intruders. His pajama top had been torn and was found covering Colette's body, but the way it had been damaged didn't align with his description of the attack. Investigators noticed that while the house looked chaotic, certain things seemed staged. A coffee table was on its side, but magazines that had been on the table were still neatly stacked. The word pig had been written in blood on the headboard of the master bedroom, similar to the Manson murders, but it seemed theatrical rather than genuine. Jeffrey's injuries were also suspicious. While he had been stabbed, The wound was relatively superficial and had missed all vital organs. His wife and children had suffered dozens of brutal wounds from multiple weapons, including a knife and an ice pick, yet Jeffrey's single stab wound appeared almost surgical in its precision and lack of severity. Most damning was the physical evidence involving Jeffrey's pajama top. Forensic analysis showed that the fabric had been damaged in a way that suggested Colette had been wearing it or it had been draped over her when she was stabbed. The holes in the fabric lined up with her wounds. This directly contradicted Jeffrey's claim that he had been wearing the top during his struggle with intruders. Investigators also found fibers from Jeffrey's pajama top under Kimberly's fingernails and throughout the crime scene in ways that didn't match his version of events. The evidence suggested Jeffrey had been present when his family was attacked, not lying unconscious in another room. In May 1970, the military charged Jeffrey McDonald with the deaths of his wife and daughters. However, the charges were dropped in October 1970 due to insufficient evidence, and Jeffrey was honorably discharged from the Army. He moved to California and resumed his medical career, becoming a successful emergency room physician. But the case wasn't closed. Colette's stepfather, Freddie Kassab, had initially supported Jeffrey, but became convinced over time that his son-in-law was guilty. Kassab conducted his own investigation and pressured authorities to reopen the case. He collected evidence and wouldn't let the case be forgotten. In 1974, a federal grand jury was convened to examine the case. After hearing testimony and reviewing evidence, they indicted Jeffrey McDonald on 3 counts of ending life. His trial finally began in July 1979, nearly a decade after the crimes occurred. The trial lasted 7 weeks and became a media sensation. The prosecution presented detailed forensic evidence showing that Jeffrey's story was impossible. They demonstrated how the pajama top evidence proved he had been present during the attacks on his family. They showed that his wounds were inconsistent with the violent struggle he described. The prosecution also presented a possible motive. Evidence suggested that Jeffrey's marriage was not as perfect as he claimed. There were hints that he had been having affairs and that the responsibilities of family life were weighing on him. They theorized that an argument had escalated into violence, possibly starting with one of the children, and had spiraled out of control. Jeffrey maintained his innocence throughout the trial. He insisted that intruders had committed the crimes and that he was being railroaded by a justice system that needed to blame someone. His defense team argued that the investigation had been flawed from the beginning and that evidence had been mishandled. In August 1979, Jeffrey McDonald was found guilty on 1 count of first-degree ending of life for Colette and 2 counts of second-degree ending of life for Kimberly and Kristen. He was sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms. He has been in federal prison ever since. For over 4 decades, Jeffrey McDonald has maintained his innocence and filed numerous appeals. He has claimed that new evidence supports his story of intruders, pointing to various leads that were supposedly not properly investigated. He has written books and given interviews declaring his innocence. But every appeal has been denied, and courts have consistently found that the evidence of his guilt remains overwhelming. The case inspired a best-selling book called Fatal Vision by Joe McGinnis, which was later made into a television miniseries. The book presented a damning portrait of Jeffrey McDonald as a narcissist who killed his family and then constructed an elaborate lie to cover it up. Colette McDonald was pregnant and had her whole life ahead of her. Kimberly was a bright kindergartner. Kristen was a playful toddler. All 3 were attacked in their own home, the place where they should have been safest. The evidence suggests they were killed by the person who should have protected them above all others. Jeffrey McDonald, now in his 80s, remains in federal prison. He continues to claim innocence, but the physical evidence that convicted him has never been successfully challenged. The case stands as one of the most notorious family annihilation cases in American history, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers in the night, but from within the family itself. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who disappeared while jogging, about a case that gripped an entire nation with its twists and turns, and about how a seemingly random attack exposed lies that ran deeper than anyone could have imagined. In November 2016, Sherry Papini was a 34-year-old wife and mother living in Redding, California. On November 2nd, she went out for her usual afternoon jog near her home while her husband Keith was at work and their two young children were at daycare. When Keith came home that evening, Sherry wasn't there. Her phone was found along the jogging trail with strands of her hair tangled in the earbuds. Her disappearance set off a massive search effort. Keith Papini made emotional public pleas for his wife's safe return. He described Sherry as a devoted mother who would never voluntarily leave her children. Search parties combed the area where she had been jogging. Police investigated whether she had been abducted or if something else had happened. The case received national media attention, with many people following the story and hoping for Sherry's safe return. On Thanksgiving morning, November 24th, 2016, 3 weeks after she vanished, Sherry Papini suddenly reappeared. She was found on the side of a highway about 150 miles from her home, bound with chains and with a bag over her head. A passing motorist spotted her and called police. She was rushed to the hospital where doctors found she had lost weight, had bruises and burns on her body, and appeared traumatized. Sherry told police an incredible story. She claimed that 2 Hispanic women had abducted her while she was jogging. She said they had held her captive for 3 weeks, keeping her chained in a room, beating her, and branding her with a heated object. She said the women had covered her head with a bag and dumped her on the highway before driving away. She couldn't provide many details about her captors or where she had been held. The story sparked outrage and sympathy across the country. People were horrified that someone could be randomly abducted in broad daylight and held captive for weeks. Sherry became the subject of intense media coverage, with many calling her brave for surviving such an ordeal. Her husband Keith appeared on television defending her and expressing gratitude that she had been returned alive. But investigators were troubled by inconsistencies in Sherry's account. She provided very little useful information about her alleged captors. The description she gave was vague and changed slightly each time she told the story. Physical evidence didn't match her claims. Police couldn't find any trace of where she had supposedly been held or any witnesses who had seen the women she described. Detectives collected DNA evidence from Sherry's clothing and body, hoping it would lead them to her abductors. When they ran the DNA through databases, they got a hit, but not the one they expected. The male DNA found on Sherry's body belonged to an ex-boyfriend who lived in Southern California, hundreds of miles away. Police tracked down the ex-boyfriend and interviewed him. What he told them was shocking. He said that Sherry had contacted him before her disappearance, asking if she could come stay with him. He agreed, and she had been at his apartment the entire time she was supposedly being held captive by mysterious women. He said she had asked him to help stage injuries to make it look like she had been abducted and abused. The ex-boyfriend told investigators that Sherry had inflicted some injuries on herself and asked him to help with others. He said she had burned herself with a heated object and asked him to hit her, which he initially refused to do. Eventually, he drove her to the highway and dropped her off where she could be found. The entire kidnapping story had been a lie. With this new information, investigators confronted Sherry Papini. At first, she denied the allegations and stuck to her kidnapping story. But faced with DNA evidence and testimony from her ex-boyfriend, the truth became undeniable. Sherry finally admitted that she had not been kidnapped. She had voluntarily gone to stay with her ex-boyfriend and had fabricated the entire abduction story. The revelation shocked everyone who had believed her story and participated in the search efforts. Thousands of hours have been spent looking for Sherry and investigating her fake kidnapping. Resources that could have been used for real crimes were wasted on her deception. The community that had rallied around her felt betrayed. In March 2022, more than 5 years after her staged disappearance, Sherry Papini was arrested and charged with lying to federal investigators and mail fraud. The mail fraud charges related to the fact that she had received victim assistance funds totaling more than $30,000 based on her false claims of being kidnapped. At her court proceedings, details emerged about possible motivations for the elaborate hoax. Some reports suggested Sherry had problems in her marriage and wanted attention from her ex-boyfriend. Others speculated she craved the sympathy and attention that came with being a victim. Mental health experts suggested she might have disorders that caused her to seek attention through fabricating dramatic situations. In April 2022, Sherry Papini pleaded guilty to the charges against her. She admitted to making false statements and committing mail fraud. She faced the victims of her hoax, including investigators who had worked tirelessly on her case and community members who had searched for her. She apologized, saying she was deeply ashamed of what she had done. In September 2022, Sherry Papini was sentenced to 18 months in federal prison. The judge noted that her actions had diverted resources from real victims and had damaged public trust. Sherry was also ordered to pay restitution of more than $300,000 to cover the costs of the investigation and the victim assistance funds she had fraudulently received. Keith Papini filed for divorce shortly after Sherry's arrest, seeking custody of their 2 children. He said he felt humiliated and deceived by the woman he had defended publicly for years. The children, who had believed their mother had been kidnapped and tortured, now had to cope with learning the truth about her lies. The case became infamous as an example of how someone could fabricate an entire crime and deceive not just their family, but law enforcement and the entire nation. Sherry Papini had staged an elaborate hoax that caused immense pain and wasted countless resources. Her story captivated America, but for all the wrong reasons, serving as a reminder that sometimes the most dramatic stories turn out to be nothing more than carefully constructed lies designed to gain attention and sympathy at the expense of truth and real victims who genuinely need help. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular college athlete who seemed to have a bright future, about a young woman who was brutally attacked and left for dead, and about how a case of mistaken justice led to the wrong man spending years in prison while the real perpetrator walked free. In July 1984, Jennifer Thompson was a 22-year-old college student in Burlington, North Carolina. She was bright, independent, and focused on her studies. One night, a man broke into her apartment and attacked her at knife point. During the horrifying assault, Jennifer tried to stay calm and focused on memorizing every detail of her attacker's face. She studied his features carefully, determined that if she survived, she would be able to identify him and bring him to justice. Jennifer managed to escape through a window and immediately went to police. She worked with investigators to create a composite sketch of her attacker. She was certain she would recognize him if she saw him again. Her memory of his face was burned into her mind from those terrifying moments when she had studied him so carefully. A few days later, police showed Jennifer a photo lineup of potential suspects. She looked through the photos and identified Ronald Cotton as her attacker. She was absolutely certain it was him. When she later picked Ronald out of a physical lineup, she felt confident she had identified the right man. Ronald Cotton was arrested and charged with the attack. Ronald Cotton was a 22-year-old man who lived in the area and had a minor criminal record. He maintained his innocence from the moment of his arrest, insisting he had never seen Jennifer before and had nothing to do with the attack. He had an alibi for the night of the crime, but it wasn't strong enough to overcome Jennifer's confident identification. At trial in 1985, Jennifer testified with absolute certainty that Ronald Cotton was the man who had attacked her. She looked him in the eye and identified him without hesitation. Her confidence was powerful and convincing to the jury. Despite Ronald's protests of innocence and his alibi witnesses, he was convicted and sentenced to life in prison plus 54 years. Ronald continued to maintain his innocence from prison. He filed appeals, but they were denied. Jennifer, meanwhile, was certain justice had been served. She had looked her attacker in the face, memorized his features, and successfully identified him. She felt relief that the man who had terrorized her was behind bars. But then something happened that would change everything. While in prison, Ronald Cotton heard other inmates talking about the crimes he had been convicted of. One inmate in particular, Bobby Poole, seemed to know details about the attacks that only the real perpetrator would know. Bobby Poole even looked similar to Ronald Cotton, enough that they could be mistaken for each other. Ronald's lawyers discovered this information and demanded a new trial. In 1987, Ronald Cotton got his second trial. This time, Bobby Poole was brought into the courtroom. Jennifer Thompson was asked if Bobby Poole could have been her attacker instead of Ronald Cotton. She looked at both men and still identified Ronald Cotton with certainty. Bobby Poole was not the man who had attacked her, she testified. It was Ronald Cotton. Once again, Ronald Cotton was convicted and sent back to prison. It seemed the case was closed. Jennifer had identified him twice, in multiple lineups and in 2 trials. How could she be wrong when she was so certain? Ronald Cotton spent years in prison, nearly 11 years total, continuing to insist he was innocent. Then in 1995, DNA testing technology had advanced enough to test evidence from the crime scene. Ronald's lawyers pushed for DNA testing of the evidence, hoping it would finally prove his innocence. The DNA results came back, and they were shocking. The DNA from the crime scene did not match Ronald Cotton. It matched Bobby Poole, the inmate Ronald had suspected all along. Ronald Cotton had been telling the truth for 11 years. He was innocent. Jennifer Thompson had been completely wrong in her identification, despite her absolute certainty. Ronald Cotton was released from prison in June 1995. He had lost 11 years of his life for a crime he didn't commit. The real perpetrator, Bobby Poole, was already in prison for other attacks, so he was charged with Jennifer's assault as well. The revelation was devastating for Jennifer Thompson. She had been so certain, so confident in her identification. She had testified twice, looking Ronald Cotton in the eye and declaring him to be her attacker. But she had been wrong. Her memory, despite her best efforts to be accurate, had failed her. An innocent man had suffered because of her mistaken identification. Jennifer struggled with immense guilt. She had done everything right as a victim. She had tried to memorize her attacker's face. She had worked with police. She had testified in court. But despite her best intentions and her certainty, she had identified the wrong man. The realization that memory could be so unreliable was crushing. In a remarkable turn of events, Jennifer Thompson eventually reached out to Ronald Cotton. She wanted to apologize and somehow make amends for what he had suffered because of her mistaken identification. Ronald, showing incredible grace and forgiveness, agreed to meet with her. Their meeting was emotional and healing for both of them. Ronald told Jennifer that he didn't blame her. She had been a victim trying to bring her attacker to justice. The real fault lay with a criminal justice system that relied too heavily on eyewitness identification without understanding how unreliable human memory could be. Jennifer and Ronald developed an unlikely friendship. They began speaking together at conferences and events about wrongful convictions and the problems with eyewitness identification. They wrote a book together called Picking Cotton about their experiences and their journey toward forgiveness and understanding. Their story became one of the most powerful examples of why eyewitness testimony, even when given with absolute certainty, can be dangerously unreliable. Studies have shown that memory is not like a video recording. It can be influenced by suggestion, by the way questions are asked, by seeing photos before lineups, and by the stress of trauma. Ronald Cotton's case helped change how law enforcement conducts lineups and eyewitness identifications. Many jurisdictions now use double-blind lineups where the officer conducting the lineup doesn't know who the suspect is, preventing unconscious cues. Sequential lineups, where witnesses see one person at a time rather than all at once, have been shown to reduce mistaken identifications. Ronald Cotton eventually received compensation for his wrongful conviction and has rebuilt his life. He married and had a family. Jennifer Thompson has dedicated herself to criminal justice reform and educating people about the problems with eyewitness testimony. Their story is a powerful reminder that even with the best intentions, human memory can fail us. Jennifer Thompson was a brave victim who tried to do everything right, and Ronald Cotton was an innocent man who suffered terribly. Together, their experience has helped prevent other wrongful convictions and shown the importance of forensic evidence like DNA testing in criminal cases. I'm going to tell you a story about a trusted pediatrician who was supposed to heal children, about a man who spent decades abusing young patients under the guise of medical care, and about how a powerful institution protected him while hundreds of victims suffered in silence. In the 1960s through the 1990s, Dr. Larry Nassar worked as a sports medicine doctor at Michigan State University and as the team physician for USA Gymnastics. He treated some of the most elite athletes in the world, including Olympic gold medalists. Parents trusted him with their daughters, believing he was providing cutting-edge medical treatment. But behind closed doors, Nassar was committing horrific acts of abuse disguised as legitimate medical procedures. Nassar specialized in treating young female athletes, particularly gymnasts. He developed a reputation as someone who could fix injuries that other doctors couldn't. Athletes traveled from across the country to see him. He was friendly and approachable, often giving girls gifts and attention that made them feel special. Parents appreciated how much time he spent with their daughters and how dedicated he seemed to their care. But during medical appointments, Nassar would perform procedures that had no legitimate medical purpose. He would penetrate his young patients without wearing gloves, without explaining what he was doing, and often without a parent or chaperone present in the room. When girls questioned what he was doing, he would tell them it was a special treatment technique that would help their injuries. Many of the victims were young teenagers who trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. The abuse went on for decades. Nassar exploited his position of authority and the trust that athletes and their families placed in medical professionals. Young girls who felt uncomfortable during appointments often didn't speak up because they didn't want to jeopardize their athletic careers or because they genuinely believed Nassar was providing necessary medical treatment. Some victims did try to report what was happening. In 1997, a gymnast told Michigan State University officials about Nassar's inappropriate treatment. The university investigated but ultimately cleared Nassar and allowed him to continue treating patients. In 2004, another complaint was made, and again nothing was done. USA Gymnastics received complaints about Nassar over the years, but failed to take action to stop him. The institutions that employed Nassar prioritized protecting their reputations over protecting the children in their care. Complaints were ignored or dismissed. Nassar was allowed to continue working with young athletes year after year, accumulating hundreds of victims while the organizations that should have stopped him looked the other way. The case finally began to unravel in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed allegations about Nassar's abuse. She filed a police report and spoke to the Indianapolis Star newspaper about what Nassar had done to her when she was 15 years old. Her bravery in coming forward encouraged other victims to speak up. Once Rachel's story was published, a flood of other women came forward with similar accounts. Olympic gold medalists, including Michaela Maroney, Aly Raisman, and Gabby Douglas, revealed they had been abused by Nassar. The scope of his crimes was staggering. Investigators eventually identified over 300 victims, though the actual number is believed to be much higher. Larry Nassar was arrested in 2016 on charges related to the abuse of young athletes. He was also charged with possession of images depicting abuse of children after investigators found thousands of such images on his computers. As the investigation expanded, more charges were added as additional victims came forward. In November 2017, Nassar pleaded guilty to multiple charges in Michigan State Court. In January 2018, he faced sentencing in a courtroom where over 150 of his victims were given the opportunity to deliver impact statements directly to him. The sentencing hearing lasted 7 days as woman after woman stood up and confronted the man who had abused them. The victim impact statements were powerful and heartbreaking. Young women described how Nassar had violated them under the guise of medical treatment. They talked about how the abuse had affected their mental health, their relationships, and their lives. Many spoke about feeling betrayed, not just by Nassar, but by the institutions that had failed to protect them when they tried to report what was happening. Olympic gymnast Aly Raisman gave a particularly powerful statement, looking directly at Nassar and telling him that the women he had abused were stronger than he could ever imagine. She condemned USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University for enabling his abuse for so many years. Judge Rosemary Aquilina, who presided over one of the sentencing hearings, made headlines for her strong words condemning Nassar. After hearing days of victim statements, she sentenced him to 40 to 175 years in prison. telling him she had just signed his death warrant. Nasser also received additional sentences in other cases, ensuring he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The Nasser case exposed massive institutional failures at Michigan State University and USA Gymnastics. Both organizations faced intense scrutiny for how they had handled complaints about Nasser over the years. Multiple officials resigned or were fired. Michigan State University paid a settlement of $500 million to Nasser's victims, one of the largest settlements in the history of such cases. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy as it faced lawsuits from hundreds of victims. The entire leadership of the organization was replaced, and major reforms were implemented to prevent similar abuse from happening in the future. The United States Olympic Committee also faced criticism for its oversight failures. The case sparked a broader conversation about how institutions protect predators and silence victims. It highlighted the need for better safeguards in youth sports and better training for recognizing and reporting abuse. It also showed the power of survivors speaking up and supporting each other. Larry Nasser is currently serving his sentences in federal prison. He will never be released. The women he abused have become advocates for other survivors and have pushed for systemic changes to protect children in sports and other settings. The survivors of Larry Nasser's abuse showed remarkable courage in coming forward and confronting their abuser. Their willingness to speak up not only brought Nasser to justice, but also exposed the failures of powerful institutions that had protected him for decades. Rachel Den Hollander, who was the first to go public and the last to give her victim impact statement, became a symbol of the strength it takes to stand up against abuse and demand accountability. The Larry Nasser case serves as a reminder that predators often hide in plain sight in positions of trust and authority. It shows the importance of believing victims when they come forward and the devastating consequences when institutions prioritize their own reputations over the safety of children. The hundreds of women who survived Nasser's abuse turned their pain into power, ensuring that their voices would be heard and that meaningful change would come from their suffering. I'm going to tell you a story about a respected doctor who lived a secret double life, about a physician who took the lives of over 200 patients, and about how one of the most prolific serial killers in history operated undetected for decades while hiding behind his white coat and good reputation. Harold Shipman was a family doctor in Hyde, England, a small town near Manchester. For years, he was known as a caring and dedicated physician who made house calls and spent time with his elderly patients. People in the community trusted him completely. But between 1975 and 1998, Dr. Shipman systematically ended the lives of at least 215 patients, though the actual number may be much higher, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in recorded history. Shipman was born in 1946 and grew up in a working-class family in Nottingham. His mother was diagnosed with lung cancer when he was a teenager, and he watched as doctors administered morphine to ease her pain in her final days. Some psychologists later suggested this experience may have influenced his later crimes, as he seemed fascinated by the power doctors held over life and death. After medical school, Shipman began his career as a general practitioner. In 1975, he joined a medical practice in Todmorden, but was forced to resign in 1975 after he was caught forging prescriptions for pethidine, a powerful painkiller, for his own use. He was fined and briefly attended a drug rehabilitation program. Most doctors caught in such circumstances would lose their medical license permanently, but Shipman was allowed to continue practicing medicine after a short suspension. In 1977, Shipman joined a new practice in Hyde and eventually opened his own solo practice in 1993. It was during these years that his killing spree accelerated. His method was simple and difficult to detect. He would visit elderly patients at their homes, often patients who lived alone. He would inject them with lethal doses of diamorphine, a form of heroin used for pain management. The drug would cause respiratory failure, and the patients would die within minutes. After administering the fatal injection, Shipman would wait with the body for a short time, then call family members or emergency services to report that the patient had died. Because he was their trusted doctor, And because the victims were elderly and often had existing health conditions, their deaths didn't raise immediate suspicion. Shipman would certify the deaths himself, listing natural causes such as heart failure or old age. Many of Shipman's victims were widows who lived alone. They trusted their doctor completely and welcomed him into their homes. Some had been his patient for years. They had no reason to fear the man who was supposed to be caring for their health. Shipman would chat with them pleasantly, then inject them with poison when they weren't expecting it. What made Shipman particularly dangerous was his position of authority and trust. As a doctor, he had access to controlled drugs and the ability to certify deaths without arousing suspicion. He was well respected in the community and had built strong relationships with his patients. No one questioned his judgment when elderly patients died, even when the death rate among his patients was significantly higher than other doctors in the area. The case began to unravel in 1998 when a local funeral director named Alan Massey noticed an unusual pattern. He observed that an abnormally high number of Shipman's patients were dying, and many of them were found fully clothed and sitting in chairs, which was unusual for natural deaths. He also noticed that Shipman was almost always the last person to see these patients alive and was often present when the bodies were discovered. Around the same time, concerns were raised about the will of one of Shipman's victims, Kathleen Grundy. Kathleen was a wealthy, 81-year-old former mayoress who had been found dead in her home in June 1998. Shipman had been the last person to see her alive, claiming he had visited to take a blood sample. Shortly after her death, a poorly typed will surfaced, leaving her entire estate, worth nearly £400,000 to Dr. Shipman. Kathleen's daughter, Angela Woodruff, was a lawyer, and she immediately suspected the will was fake. The typing was amateurish, there were spelling errors, and the witnesses who supposedly signed it were two of Shipman's patients. Angela went to police with her suspicions that Shipman had forged the will and possibly harmed her mother. Police began investigating and exhumed Kathleen Grundy's body. Toxicology tests revealed a lethal level of morphine in her system. There was no medical reason for her to have been given such a large dose. Police then began looking at other deaths among Shipman's patients and discovered a disturbing pattern. As the investigation expanded, bodies of other victims were exhumed and tested. Again and again, toxicology reports showed lethal levels of geomorphine. Medical records have been altered by Shipman to make it appear patients had been more ill than they actually were, creating false justifications for their deaths. The evidence was overwhelming. Harold Shipman was arrested in September 1998 and charged with multiple counts of ending life and forgery. His trial began in October 1999 and lasted 57 days. Prosecutors presented evidence regarding 15 victims, though they believed there were many more. The trial focused on cases where the evidence was strongest, including toxicology reports, medical records showing Shipman's alterations, and testimony about his behavior. Throughout the trial, Shipman maintained his innocence. He showed no remorse and insisted that all his patients had died of natural causes. He claimed the morphine found in their bodies must have been self-administered, though this explanation made no sense given the quantities found and the circumstances of the deaths. In January 2000, Harold Shipman was found guilty of taking the lives of 15 patients and forging Kathleen Grundy's will. He was sentenced to 15 consecutive life sentences. The judge recommended he never be released, calling him a disgrace to the medical profession who had violated the trust patients placed in him. After his conviction, a public inquiry was launched to determine the full extent of Shipman's crimes. The Shipman inquiry examined hundreds of deaths and concluded that he had taken the lives of at least 215 patients, possibly as many as 250. The inquiry found that Shipman had been killing patients throughout his entire career, starting as early as 1975. The inquiry revealed shocking failures and oversight. Despite the high death rate among his patients and some complaints about his behavior, no regulatory body had properly investigated. The ease with which Shipman could obtain controlled drugs and alter medical records without detection pointed to serious systemic problems in healthcare oversight. On January 13, 2004, Harold Shipman was found hanged in his prison cell. He had taken his own life the day before his 60th birthday. He never explained why he had taken the lives of so many patients or showed any remorse for his actions. His death meant that many questions would never be answered. The victims of Harold Shipman were elderly people who trusted their doctor. They welcomed him into their homes, believing he was there to help them. Instead, he ended their lives for reasons that remain unclear. I'm going to tell you a story about 3 young boys who vanished after going out to play, about a community that searched desperately for answers, and about how a shocking confession decades later revealed that the killer had been hiding in plain sight the entire time. In May 1986, 3 young boys from Baltimore, Maryland, went missing after heading out to play on a Sunday afternoon. 10-year-old Brian Kramer, 11-year-old Mark Digman, and 11-year-old David Fries were best friends who lived in the same neighborhood. They told their parents they were going to go play and would be home for dinner. They never came home. When the boys didn't return that evening, their families became worried and started searching the neighborhood. They called friends and checked all the usual places the boys liked to hang out. By nightfall, when there was still no sign of the 3 children, police were called and a massive search began. The community of Baltimore rallied together to look for the missing boys. Hundreds of volunteers combed through parks, wooded areas, and abandoned buildings. Police conducted house-to-house searches and interviewed everyone who might have seen the boys that day. Flyers with the boys' photos were posted throughout the city. The case received extensive media coverage as families desperately hoped for their safe return. As days passed with no sign of the children, hope began to fade. The families held press conferences pleading for information. Police followed up on every tip and lead, but none brought them closer to finding the boys. The investigation eventually went cold, and the case became one of Baltimore's most haunting mysteries. For decades, the families of Brian, Mark, and David lived with the agony of not knowing what had happened to their sons. Were they still alive somewhere? Had they run away? Had someone taken them? The questions haunted them every single day. They held memorials, kept the boys' rooms unchanged, and never stopped hoping for answers. Then in 2015, nearly 30 years after the boys disappeared, police received information that would finally break the case open. A woman contacted authorities saying her deceased father had confessed to her years earlier that he had been involved in the deaths of 3 boys in the 1980s. The woman had been troubled by this confession for years, but had been afraid to come forward while her father was still alive. The man the woman identified was someone who had lived in the same Baltimore neighborhood where the boys had disappeared. His name was Joseph Smith, and he had died in 2010. Smith had been questioned during the original investigation in 1986, but had been cleared at the time. Investigators had no evidence linking him to the disappearance, and he had seemed cooperative and concerned about the missing children. Based on the daughter's information, police reopened the case and began investigating Smith's background more thoroughly. They discovered that he had been convicted of molesting children on multiple occasions, both before and after 1986. Despite this history, he had been allowed to live freely in the community near where children played. This raised serious questions about how the original investigation had cleared him so easily. Detectives worked to corroborate the daughter's account and build a case even though the suspect was already deceased. They re-interviewed witnesses from 1986, many of whom had new information or remembered details they hadn't shared at the time. Some neighbors recalled seeing Smith talking to young boys in the neighborhood around the time of the disappearance. Investigators also learned that Smith had access to a property where he could have taken the boys without being observed. Witnesses remembered that Smith had been unusually interested in the investigation in 1986, frequently asking police about their progress and offering unsolicited theories about what might have happened. This kind of behavior is common among perpetrators who insert themselves into investigations. In 2016, police announced they had solved the case, based on the daughter's testimony, witness statements, and circumstantial evidence. They concluded that Joseph Smith had been responsible for the deaths of Brian, Mark, and David. While Smith couldn't be prosecuted because he was deceased, police wanted to give the families closure and let the community know the case was solved. According to the investigation, Smith had lured the 3 boys to a location where he had harmed them. The exact details of what happened were never fully revealed out of respect for the families. But police stated they believed the boys had been taken to an isolated area and had not survived. Despite extensive searches of properties associated with Smith, the boys' remains were never recovered. The news brought mixed emotions for the families. After 3 decades of uncertainty, they finally had answers about what had happened to their sons. But the knowledge that the person responsible had lived freely for years after committing such horrific crimes was painful. They also struggled with the fact that they would never be able to recover their sons' bodies and give them proper burials. The families expressed anger that Smith had been questioned and cleared in 1986 despite his history of offenses against children. They felt that if investigators had looked more carefully at his background and taken his history seriously, he might have been caught at the time. The case highlighted failures in how law enforcement tracked repeat offenders and shared information about dangerous individuals. The case also raised questions about why Smith's daughter had waited so long to come forward with the information. She explained that she had been afraid of her father while he was alive and feared what he might do if she reported him. She also struggled with the loyalty she felt toward her father despite knowing what he had done. Only after his death did she feel safe enough to tell authorities what he had confessed to her. For the Baltimore community, the resolution of the case brought some sense of closure to a tragedy that had haunted them for decades. Parents who had warned their own children about stranger danger, using the story of the 3 missing boys, could now tell them the case had been solved. But the loss of Brian, Mark, and David remained a painful reminder of the dangers that can exist in seemingly safe neighborhoods. The 3 boys had simply wanted to go out and play on a spring afternoon. They should have come home for dinner, grown up, and lived full lives. Instead, they encountered a predator who saw them as victims rather than children. Their family spent 3 decades searching for answers, never giving up hope that someday they would know the truth. While Joseph Smith escaped earthly justice by dying before he could be prosecuted, the truth about what he did was finally revealed. Brian Kramer, Mark Digman, and David Freeze are remembered not just as victims, but as 3 young boys who were friends, who loved to play together, and whose lives were stolen far too soon by someone who should never have had access to children in the first place. I'm going to tell you a story about a young nursing student who vanished during a night shift, about a surveillance video that captured her final moments, and about how one security guard's actions led to one of the most disturbing crime scenes investigators had ever encountered. In March 2010, 26-year-old Annie Liu was a doctoral student at Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut. She was a brilliant researcher studying pharmacology, engaged to be married, and had her whole future mapped out. Annie was petite, standing just under 5 feet tall, but she was determined and hardworking. She had overcome significant challenges to get to Yale and was excited about her upcoming wedding plan for September 13, 2010. On September 8, 2010, Annie entered a research building on Yale's campus where she worked with laboratory animals. Security cameras captured her walking into the building at around 10 in the morning. She was wearing a green shirt and was carrying her purse and laboratory supplies. She never walked out. When Annie didn't return home that evening, her roommate became concerned. Annie was reliable and always communicated her plans. When she didn't show up the next day either, her fiancé and family knew something was terribly wrong. They reported her missing to police, and a massive search began. Yale University and New Haven police immediately launched an intensive investigation. They reviewed hundreds of hours of security footage from the research building. The cameras showed Annie entering the building, but there was no footage of her leaving. Somehow, she had disappeared inside a secure facility without being captured on camera exiting. The building was a high-security laboratory where researchers worked with animals for medical research. Access was controlled through key cards, and there were security cameras at most entrances and exits. Police began systematically searching every room, every closet, every possible space where Annie could be. As the search continued, investigators focused on everyone who had been in the building on the day Annie disappeared. They interviewed researchers, students, maintenance workers, and security personnel. One name kept coming up: Raymond Clark, a 24-year-old laboratory technician who worked in the same building and was responsible for maintaining the animal facilities. Raymond Clark worked the same areas where Annie did her research. He was known to be controlling about laboratory protocols and had reportedly clashed with Annie over proper procedures for handling the research animals. Some witnesses said Clark had a temper and could be aggressive when he felt his authority was being challenged. As the investigation intensified, police searched the building more thoroughly. On September 13, 2010, the day that was supposed to be Annie's wedding day, investigators made a horrific discovery. Annie's body was found hidden inside a wall cavity in the basement of the research building. She had been stuffed behind a panel in utility chase, a narrow space that housed pipes and wiring. The discovery was devastating. Annie had been in that building the entire time searchers were looking for her. She had been strangled and her body concealed in a location that wasn't immediately obvious. The autopsy would later confirm she had died from traumatic asphyxiation due to neck compression. She had been attacked with such force that she had no chance to fight back or escape. Investigators collected evidence from the crime scene and throughout the building. They found Annie's belongings hidden in ceiling tiles. They discovered blood evidence that had been cleaned up but was still detectable with forensic testing. The evidence pointed clearly to Raymond Clark. Police executed a search warrant at Clark's apartment and collected DNA samples from him. Forensic analysis revealed that Clark's DNA was found on Annie's body and at various locations around the crime scene. Despite attempts to clean up evidence, he had left traces that connected him definitively to the crime. On September 17, 2010, Raymond Clark was arrested and charged with ending Annie Lee's life. The evidence against him was overwhelming. DNA evidence, security footage placing him in the building during the relevant time period, and witness statements about his conflicts with Annie all pointed to his guilt. As the investigation continued, a clearer picture emerged of what had happened. Prosecutors believed that Clark had attacked Annie in a basement area of the research building, possibly after a confrontation about laboratory procedures. He had strangled her and then spent hours concealing her body and cleaning up evidence. He had hidden her belongings throughout the building and attempted to remove all traces of the crime. What made the crime particularly chilling was how methodical Clark had been. He had continued working in the building for days after ending Annie's life, knowing her body was hidden just feet away from where people were searching. He had participated in discussions about Annie's disappearance with co-workers, acting concerned while knowing exactly what had happened to her. In March 2011, Raymond Clark accepted a plea deal to avoid trial. He pleaded guilty to the charge and was sentenced to 44 years in prison. As part of the plea agreement, he had to provide a full confession detailing what he had done. His account confirmed that he had attacked Annie in the basement, strangled her during a violent confrontation, and then hidden her body and cleaned up the scene. Clark's motive was never entirely clear. Prosecutors suggested it may have stemmed from his need for control and his anger at Annie for not following what he considered proper laboratory procedures. Others speculated there may have been a personal component, though no evidence of any relationship beyond professional interaction was ever found. Whatever his reason, it was clear that Clark had taken a young woman's life over something trivial and then coldly concealed his crime. The case devastated Annie's family and friends. Her fiancé had been preparing for their wedding when instead he had to plan her funeral. Annie's family had immigrated from Vietnam and had worked hard to give their daughter opportunities. She had achieved so much and was on the cusp of even greater accomplishments when her life was stolen. Yale University faced criticism over security in its research buildings. Questions were raised about how someone could be attacked and concealed in a facility that was supposed to be secure. The university implemented enhanced security measures following Annie's death, including additional cameras and stricter access controls. Annie Liu was remembered by friends and colleagues as brilliant, kind, and dedicated to her research. She had written an article for a campus publication just days before her death about staying safe in New Haven, offering tips for personal security. The tragic irony was that she was taken from a place where she should have been safe by someone who worked alongside her. Raymond Clark continues to serve his sentence in Connecticut. He will be eligible for parole when he is in his 60s. Annie Lee's family continues to honor her memory and advocate for campus safety. Her story serves as a tragic reminder that danger can exist even in places we consider safe, and that sometimes the people we work alongside every day can harbor dark intentions that only become apparent when it's too late. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly perfect suburban mom who was living a secret life, about a crime that shocked a quiet Pennsylvania town, and about how a respected school board official turned out to be capable of unspeakable evil. In July 1979, the small town of Hershey, Pennsylvania was rocked by a horrifying crime. A young woman had been attacked in her home in broad daylight. Susan Reinert was a high school English teacher, well liked by her students and colleagues. She was a divorced mother of 2 children, 11-year-old Karen and 10-year-old Michael. Susan's life seemed ordinary and stable until everything fell apart in the most tragic way possible. On June 25, 1979, Susan Reinert's body was found naked in the back of her car in a hotel parking lot in Harrisburg, about 15 miles from her home. She had been beaten and possibly suffocated. The cause of death was difficult to determine, but it was clear she had suffered before dying. Even more disturbing was that her 2 children, Karen and Michael, were nowhere to be found. They had vanished completely, and despite extensive searches, their bodies have never been recovered. Investigators immediately focused on Susan's personal life, looking for anyone who might have wanted to harm her. What they discovered was a web of manipulation, lies, and betrayal centered around one man. William Bradfield, a fellow teacher at Upper Merion High School where Susan worked. Bill Bradfield was a charismatic English teacher who fancied himself an intellectual. He was well-read, quoted poetry, and presented himself as a sophisticated man of culture. He was also involved in romantic relationships with multiple women simultaneously, keeping each one believing she was special to him. Susan Reinert was one of these women, and she had fallen deeply in love with Bradfield. What Susan didn't know was that Bradfield was manipulating her as part of a plan to take her life and steal her money. Susan had recently taken out life insurance policies worth over $700,000, naming Bradfield as the beneficiary. She had done this because Bradfield had convinced her they were going to get married and build a life together. He had even convinced her to change her will, leaving everything to him. But Bradfield had no intention of marrying Susan. He was already involved with another woman, Susan Myers, who knew about his relationship with Susan Reinert and was complicit in the plan. Bradfield had convinced Susan Reinert that her children would be going to a special camp and that she should say goodbye to them before they left. This was the last time Susan's children were seen alive. The investigation revealed that Bradfield had enlisted the help of a principal at another school, Dr. J. Smith, to carry out the actual elimination. J. Smith was the principal of Upper Merion High School and had a dark side that few people knew about. He had been arrested previously for possession of weapons and had a history of bizarre and disturbing behavior. Prosecutors believed that J. Smith had taken the lives of Susan Reinert and her 2 children, while Bradfield had orchestrated the entire plot to collect the insurance money. The theory was that Smith had eliminated all 3 family members, disposed of the children's bodies where they would never be found, and left Susan's body in a location where it would be discovered. The evidence against both men was largely circumstantial but compelling. Fibers found in Susan's car matched carpeting from J. Smith's home. Witnesses reported seeing Smith's vehicle near Susan's home around the time she disappeared. There were also bizarre items found in Smith's possession, including women's clothing and hair that didn't belong to anyone in his family. Bill Bradfield was arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit elimination. J. Smith was charged with 3 counts of first-degree ending of life for the deaths of Susan, Karen, and Michael Reinert. The trials became major news events in Pennsylvania, with the details of the case shocking the local community. In 1983, Bill Bradfield was convicted of conspiracy and sentenced to life in prison. The jury believed he had masterminded the plot to take Susan's life for her insurance money. However, because he wasn't charged with actually committing the acts themselves, he avoided a death sentence. Bradfield maintained his innocence throughout, claiming he had loved Susan and would never have harmed her. But the evidence of his manipulation and the insurance policies told a different story. Jay Smith's case was more complicated. He was convicted in 1986 and sentenced to death for taking the lives of all three members of the Reiner family. He sat on death row for years, maintaining his innocence. But in 1992, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court overturned his conviction due to prosecutorial misconduct. Evidence had been withheld from the defense, and witnesses had been improperly coached. Despite strong suspicion of his guilt, Jay Smith walked free. The overturning of Smith's conviction was devastating for Susan's family and friends. Many people believed he had gotten away with triple elimination because of technicalities and mistakes made by prosecutors. Smith died in 2009, never admitting to any involvement in the crimes and never revealing what happened to Karen and Michael Reiner. Bill Bradfield remained in prison, continuing to claim innocence even as evidence of his elaborate manipulation of Susan Reiner was overwhelming. He died in prison in 1998, taking whatever knowledge he had about the crimes to his grave. He never showed genuine remorse for his role in Susan's death or for the disappearance of her children. The fate of Karen and Michael Reiner remains one of the most haunting aspects of this case. Their bodies were never found despite extensive searches over the years. Theories suggest they may have been buried in remote locations or disposed of in ways that made recovery impossible. Their family never got the closure of being able to properly lay them to rest. Susan Reiner was a dedicated teacher who loved her children deeply. She was manipulated by someone she trusted and loved, someone who saw her only as a source of money. Her trusting nature and her desire for companionship made her vulnerable to Bradfield's schemes. She and her children paid the ultimate price for his greed. The case became the subject of a book called Echoes in the Darkness and was later adapted into a television movie. It remains one of Pennsylvania's most notorious unsolved mysteries, primarily because Karen and Michael's bodies were never recovered and because Jay Smith's conviction was overturned, leaving many questions unanswered. The Reiner family tragedy serves as a dark reminder that evil can hide behind respectable facades. Bill Bradfield was a trusted teacher, and William J. Smith was a school principal. Both were educated men in positions of authority who used their intelligence not for good, but to plan and execute terrible crimes. Susan Reiner trusted the wrong person, and she and her innocent children paid with their lives. I'm going to tell you a story about a successful businessman who seemed to have it all, about a family that vanished from their home on Thanksgiving weekend, and about how investigators discovered one man had been living a double life that ended in unimaginable tragedy. In November 2009, John List's name resurfaced in the news, but the story actually began decades earlier in Westfield, New Jersey. In 1971, John List was a 46-year-old accountant living with his wife Helen, their 3 teenage children, and his elderly mother in a 19-room Victorian mansion. To neighbors, the List seemed like a typical suburban family. But behind closed doors, John was drowning in financial problems and struggling with rigid religious beliefs that would lead to a horrific decision. John List was a deeply religious man who attended church regularly and taught Sunday school. He was also extremely controlling and became increasingly disturbed by what he saw as his family's moral failures. His wife Helen had become an alcoholic and was suffering from mental health issues. His daughter Patricia was interested in drama and acting, which John considered sinful. His sons were showing typical teenage rebellion. To John's rigid worldview, his family was falling away from God, and he felt responsible. John was also facing severe financial problems. He had lost his job and couldn't find new work, but he was too proud to tell his family. Every day, he would leave the house pretending to go to work, spending his days at the train station or library. The family was burning through their savings, the mortgage was overdue, and they were on the verge of losing everything. John couldn't face the shame of his family discovering his failures. On November 9th, 1971, John List made a decision that he believed was merciful. He wrote a confession letter to his pastor explaining what he was about to do. In his twisted logic, John believed that if his family continued down their current path, they would lose their souls and go to hell. He decided it would be better to end their lives while they still had a chance at salvation. That morning, John prepared carefully. He laid out sleeping bags in the ballroom of their mansion. Then, methodically and coldly, he went through the house, taking the lives of his entire family. He shot his wife Helen in the back of the head while she was eating breakfast in the kitchen. He then shot his mother Alma in the head while she was in her apartment on the third floor. When his children came home from school that afternoon, John was waiting. He shot 16-year-old Patricia first, then dragged her body to the ballroom. 13-year-old Frederick came home next, and John shot him as well. 15-year-old John Jr. arrived last from his soccer game. John shot his youngest son multiple times because the boy tried to run away after seeing what was happening. After taking all 5 lives, John carefully arranged the bodies in the ballroom on the sleeping bags. He placed his wife and children side by side, but left his mother upstairs, later claiming it was too difficult to move her body. He turned on music throughout the house, lowered the heat to slow decomposition, and turned on lights to make it appear someone was home. John then wrote several letters, including the one to his pastor explaining his actions in religious terms. He described how he was saving his family's souls by ending their lives before they strayed further from God. The letter was chilling in its calmness and the twisted logic John used to justify mass murder. He truly believed he was doing the right thing. After cleaning up and packing a single suitcase, John List simply walked away from the house. He drove to New York, abandoned his car at an airport, and disappeared. For nearly 18 years, John List lived under assumed names, eventually settling in Colorado and remarrying. He became Bob Clark, a mild-mannered accountant who attended church and seemed like a normal, quiet man. Back in Westfield, the bodies weren't discovered for nearly a month. Neighbors noticed the lights on constantly and heard music playing, but assumed the family had gone on vacation. It wasn't until December that someone finally entered the house and made the horrific discovery. The List mansion, with its dark history, eventually burned down in mysterious circumstances years later. Police immediately identified John List as the suspect, but he had vanished completely. Despite nationwide searches and investigations, authorities couldn't locate him. The case went cold, and John List seemed to have gotten away with taking 5 lives. In 1989, the television show America's Most Wanted featured the List case. They worked with forensic sculptor Frank Bender to create a bust showing what John List might look like after 18 years on the run. Bender's age-progressed sculpture was remarkably accurate, even predicting that List would be wearing glasses similar to those he had worn before. Just 11 days after the show aired, a woman in Colorado contacted authorities. She had seen the episode and recognized the sculpture as resembling her neighbor, Bob Clark. When police investigated, they discovered that Bob Clark was indeed John List. His fingerprints matched perfectly. John List was arrested in June 1989, nearly 18 years after he had massacred his family. He showed no emotion when confronted and calmly admitted his identity. At trial, his defense team tried to argue that he was insane at the time of the crimes, but the careful planning and methodical nature of what he did proved otherwise. The prosecution showed that John had planned everything carefully. He had stopped the mail, canceled the milk delivery, and told his children's schools they would be away visiting a sick relative. These actions demonstrated clear thinking and awareness of what he was doing, contradicting any insanity defense. In 1990, John List was convicted on 5 counts of first-degree ending of life. He was sentenced to 5 consecutive life terms, meaning he would spend the rest of his life in prison. Throughout the trial and afterward, John showed little remorse for his actions. He maintained that he had done what he believed was necessary to save his family's souls, even though he had destroyed 5 lives and devastated extended family members. John List died in prison in 2008 at the age of 82. He had spent nearly 19 years as a fugitive and another 18 years behind bars. But no amount of time could undo what he had done or bring back Helen, Alma, Patricia, Frederick, and John Jr. The List case remains one of the most chilling examples of familicide in American history. John List's twisted interpretation of religion, combined with his pride and inability to face his failures, led him to commit an unthinkable act. 5 innocent people lost their lives, because one man decided that death was preferable to living with financial problems and personal disappointment. The tragedy serves as a dark reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from within our own homes. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular high school student who disappeared after a party, about a podcast that reignited a cold case, and about how new technology finally brought answers 17 years after a young woman vanished. On May 25th, 2002, 17-year-old Min Lee left Woodlawn High School in Baltimore, Maryland, and was never seen alive again. Hay was a bright, outgoing senior who was involved in sports and had a close group of friends. She was supposed to pick up her young cousin from school that afternoon, a responsibility she took very seriously. When she didn't show up, her family knew immediately that something was wrong. Hay would never leave her cousin waiting. Hay's body was discovered 6 weeks later in Leakin Park, a wooded area in Baltimore known as a dumping ground. She had been strangled and partially buried. The discovery devastated her family, friends, and the entire school community. Police began investigating, looking at everyone in Hay's life to find out who could have done this terrible thing. The investigation quickly focused on Hay's ex-boyfriend, Adnan Syed. Adnan was also 17 and a senior at Woodlawn High School. He and Hay had dated for several months before breaking up in December 2001, about a month before her disappearance. Friends said the breakup had been difficult, though Adnan seemed to have moved on. He was a popular student, played football, and was well-liked by teachers and classmates. Police built their case against Adnan based largely on the testimony of one person, Jay Wilds, an acquaintance of Adnan's who claimed that Adnan had confessed to ending Hay's life and had shown him her body in the trunk of her car. Jay said he had helped Adnan bury Hay's body in Leakin Park. His story was detailed and specific, and prosecutors believed it was credible despite some inconsistencies. Jay claimed that on the day Hay disappeared, Adnan had called him for a ride. When Jay picked him up, Adnan showed him Hay's body in the trunk of her own car. According to Jay, Adnan said he had strangled Hay after she refused to get back together with him. Jay testified that he helped Adnan dig a shallow grave in Leakin Park and bury Hay's body that night. Cell phone records seemed to support parts of Jay's story. The prosecution argued that pings from Adnan's cell phone placed him in the area of Leakin Park on the evening of the disappearance, corroborating Jay's account. They also pointed to testimony from other students who said Adnan had been possessive and jealous when Hay started dating someone new. Adnan maintained his innocence throughout the investigation and trial. He said he couldn't remember exactly where he was during the critical time period when Hay disappeared, but he insisted he had nothing to do with her death. He said he was probably at the library or at track practice, his usual routine. He had no explanation for why Jay would lie about him, but he firmly denied everything Jay said. In 2000, Adnan Syed was convicted of first-degree ending of life and sentenced to life in prison plus 30 years. He was 18 years old when he began serving his sentence. His family believed in his innocence and continued to support him, but for years the case seemed closed. Adnan was just another young man in prison claiming he had been wrongly convicted. Then in 2014, everything changed. Sarah Koenig, a journalist and producer, launched a podcast called Serial that investigated Adnan's case. Over 12 episodes, Koenig examined every aspect of the investigation and trial, interviewing witnesses, reviewing evidence, and raising questions about whether Adnan had received a fair trial. Serial became a cultural phenomenon. Millions of people around the world listened to the podcast and became invested in the case. Some believed Adnan was guilty, pointing to the evidence presented at trial. Others believed he was innocent, arguing that the case against him was built on unreliable testimony and questionable cell phone evidence. The podcast raised serious concerns about Adnan's defense attorney, who had failed to contact an important alibi witness. Asia McLean, a classmate, came forward saying she had been with Adnan at the library during the time prosecutors claimed he was ending Hay's life. She had written letters to Adnan offering to testify, but his attorney never contacted her or presented her testimony at trial. The renewed attention on the case led to new legal proceedings. In 2016, a judge ordered a new trial for Adnan, citing ineffective assistance of counsel. However, that decision was later overturned by an appeals court. The legal battle continued for years, with Adnan's conviction being upheld and then challenged multiple times. In 2022, a major breakthrough occurred. Prosecutors from the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office conducted their own review of the case and discovered evidence that had never been shared with Adnan's defense team. This included information about alternative suspects that should have been investigated but weren't. There were notes indicating that one of these suspects had threatened Hay, saying he would make her disappear. The prosecution also found serious problems with the cell phone evidence that had been crucial to Adnan's conviction. Experts determined that the technology in 1999 was not reliable for determining location in the way the prosecution had claimed. The cell tower pings that supposedly placed Adnan in Leakin Park were not as definitive as the jury had been led to believe. In September 2022, a judge vacated Adnan Syed's conviction and ordered him released from prison. After more than 23 years behind bars, Adnan walked free. The state's attorney cited serious concerns about the integrity of the original investigation and trial. While this didn't necessarily prove Adnan was innocent, it meant the conviction could no longer stand. However, the legal saga wasn't over. Hay's family, who had always believed in Adnan's guilt, fought the decision. They felt they hadn't been properly notified about the hearing that led to his release. In 2023, an appeals court reinstated Adnan's conviction. Then later that same year, prosecutors dropped all charges against him, finally ending the case. The Adnan Syed case remains deeply controversial. Some people believe he ended Hay's life and that justice was overturned. Others believe an innocent man spent over 2 decades in prison for a crime he didn't commit. The truth about what happened to Hae Min Lee may never be fully known. What is certain is that Hae was a vibrant young woman with her whole life ahead of her. She was loved by her family and friends. She had dreams and plans that were cut short when someone strangled her and left her body in a park. Whether Adnan Syed was responsible or whether the real perpetrator was never caught, Hae's life was stolen from her at just 18 years old, and her family will never stop grieving that loss. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly devoted mother who shocked the world, about 2 young boys who disappeared during what should have been a routine car ride, and about a lie that unraveled to reveal an unthinkable truth. On October 25th, 1994, Susan Smith called police in Union, South Carolina, claiming that a black man had carjacked her vehicle at a stoplight with her 2 young sons still inside. 3-year-old Michael and 14-month-old Alexander were strapped in their car seats when the carjacker supposedly jumped in and drove away with them. Susan appeared on national television, tearfully begging for the safe return of her boys. The entire nation watched as this young mother pleaded for whoever had her children to bring them home safely. She described the carjacker in detail and gave multiple interviews looking distraught and desperate. Search parties combed the area. Police followed up on hundreds of tips. Everyone wanted to help find Michael and Alexander. But investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies in Susan's story. Her timeline didn't make sense. The location where she claimed the carjacking occurred didn't match the evidence. Her behavior seemed off for a mother whose children had just been taken. She was crying, but there were no tears. She seemed more concerned with her appearance on camera than with finding her sons. After 9 days of searching and national media attention, Susan Smith finally confessed to the horrible truth. There had been no carjacking. There had been no mysterious man who took her children. Susan herself had driven her car to John D. Long Lake, strapped her 2 sons in their car seats, released the parking brake, and let the car roll into the dark water with her boys still inside. Michael and Alexander drowned trapped in that sinking car while their mother stood on the shore and watched. The car sank in 70 feet of water, coming to rest upside down on the lake bottom with the 2 little boys still strapped in their seats. Susan then drove to a nearby home and made up the carjacking story. The confession shocked everyone who had been following the case. How could a mother do this to her own children? What could possibly drive someone to such an unthinkable act? As investigators dug deeper, they uncovered Susan's motive, and it was as cold and selfish as the crime itself. Susan had been having an affair with a wealthy local man named Tom Finley. She was obsessed with him and desperate for the relationship to become serious. But Tom had written her a letter saying that while he cared about her, he wasn't ready to be a father and didn't want a relationship with someone who had children. He wanted to keep things casual and wasn't interested in taking on the responsibility of family. Susan decided that her sons were obstacles standing between her and the relationship she wanted, rather than accept that Tom simply wasn't interested in a serious commitment. She convinced herself that if her children were gone, he would want to be with her. So she eliminated them, then created an elaborate lie to cover up what she had done. The carjacking story was deliberate and calculated. By claiming a black man had taken her children, Susan was exploiting racial stereotypes and tensions, knowing it would make her story more believable and generate sympathy. She was willing to let an innocent person be blamed for her crime. Police wasted valuable time following false leads based on her fabricated description. During the investigation before her confession, Susan even participated in the searches for her sons. She stood by the lake where their bodies lay underwater and continued to lie. She appeared on television multiple times, maintaining her story while knowing exactly where her children were. The level of deception was staggering. When divers finally recovered the car from the lake, they found Michael and Alexander still in their car seats. The image of those two little boys trapped underwater in the dark haunted everyone involved in the case. They had been alive when the car entered the water. They had experienced the terror of the car sinking, the water rushing in, and they had died alone without their mother there to save them. Susan Smith was arrested and charged with 2 counts of ending life. Her trial began in July 1995, and the entire nation watched. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of her guilt and argued for the death penalty. They painted Susan as a selfish, cold-blooded killer who had sacrificed her children for a man. The defense tried to generate sympathy by presenting evidence of Susan's troubled childhood. She had been abused and had attempted to end her own life as a teenager. They argued she was mentally ill and not fully responsible for her actions. They portrayed her as a damaged person who had made a terrible decision in a moment of desperation. The jury found Susan Smith guilty on both counts. But during the penalty phase, they chose life in prison instead of death. Some jurors later said they believed Susan was genuinely mentally ill and that execution wasn't appropriate. She was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Susan Smith is currently incarcerated at Leith Correctional Institution in South Carolina. She will be eligible for parole in 2024, 30 years after the crimes. The families of Michael and Alexander have stated they will fight her release, arguing she should remain in prison for the rest of her life. Over the years, Susan has had disciplinary problems in prison, including affairs with guards. She has given interviews where she expressed remorse, but many people question whether that remorse is genuine or just another manipulation. The woman who could watch her children drown and then lie about it for 9 days may not be capable of true remorse. The case had a lasting impact on how missing children cases are investigated. Law enforcement became more aware that family members can be suspects even when they appear to be grieving victims. The case also sparked conversations about the dangers of false accusations and how racial stereotypes can be exploited. For David Smith, the father of Michael and Alexander, the tragedy was devastating. He had to bury his 2 young sons while knowing their mother had deliberately taken their lives. He has spent years advocating for justice and keeping his son's memory alive. Susan Smith eliminated her children because they were inconvenient, because they stood between her and what she wanted. Michael and Alexander died, not because of some random act of violence, but because their mother valued a relationship with a man more than she valued their lives. That cold calculation makes her crime one of the most disturbing cases of maternal filicide in American history. I'm going to tell you a story about a beautiful young woman who vanished without a trace, about a husband whose story kept changing, and about how a Christmas Eve disappearance became one of the most watched murder cases in American history. On December 24th, 2002, Lacey Peterson was 8 months pregnant and preparing to celebrate Christmas with her family in Modesto, California. The 27-year-old was excited about becoming a mother. She and her husband Scott had already decorated a nursery for their son, whom they planned to name Connor. But Lacey never made it to Christmas dinner with her family that evening, and her disappearance would launch a massive search and media frenzy. Scott Peterson reported his wife missing that night, claiming he had left her at home that morning to go fishing at Berkeley Marina, about 90 miles away. He said when he returned home around 4:30 in the afternoon, Lacey was gone. Her car was in the driveway, her purse was in the house, and the couple's dog had been found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still attached. The story immediately seemed suspicious to investigators. Scott said he had gone fishing alone on Christmas Eve, in cold weather, at a marina he rarely visited. He couldn't remember what kind of fish he was trying to catch. He had concrete dust in his truck bed and on his clothes. His behavior seemed oddly calm for a man whose pregnant wife had just vanished. As police investigated, they discovered Scott Peterson was not the devoted husband he appeared to be. He had been having an affair with a massage therapist named Amber Fry. Scott had told Amber he was single and had even told her in early December that this would be his first Christmas without his wife, implying she had died. This was 2 weeks before Lacey actually disappeared. Amber contacted police after seeing news coverage of Lacey's disappearance and recognizing Scott. She agreed to cooperate fully with the investigation, recording her phone conversations with Scott. In these recordings, Scott continued to lie, telling Amber he was traveling in Europe when he was actually in Modesto searching for his missing wife. His deceptions were constant and elaborate. Meanwhile, Lacey's family organized massive search efforts. Volunteers distributed thousands of flyers with Lacey's picture. Her face appeared on national news broadcasts. The case captivated America because Lacey seemed like the girl next door, young and pregnant and full of life. People wanted to believe she would be found safe. Scott participated in some of the searches and gave media interviews, but his demeanor seemed wrong. He didn't show the emotion people expected from a desperate husband. He seemed more concerned with his own image than with finding Lacey. When asked about his fishing trip, his details were vague and inconsistent. Investigators became increasingly convinced that Scott had something to do with Lacey's disappearance. On April 13, 2003, a couple walking their dog along the shore of San Francisco Bay discovered the body of a baby boy. The next day, a decomposed body of a woman washed ashore about a mile away. DNA testing confirmed these were the remains of Lacey and Connor Peterson. They had been in the water for months. The location where the bodies were found was crucial. They washed up near Berkeley Marina, the exact spot where Scott claimed he had been fishing on the day Lacey disappeared. The coincidence was too significant to ignore. Scott was arrested on April 18, 2003, in San Diego, not far from the Mexican border. When police arrested him, Scott had dyed his hair blonde and grown a beard. His car was packed with camping equipment, multiple cell phones, and $15,000 in cash. His brother's identification was in the vehicle. It appeared he was preparing to flee, possibly to Mexico. This didn't look like the behavior of an innocent man. Scott's trial began in June 2004 and became a media sensation. Court TV broadcasted the proceedings, and millions of Americans followed every detail. The prosecution built a circumstantial case arguing that Scott had taken Lacey's life on or around December 23rd, loaded her body into his boat, and dumped her in San Francisco Bay on Christmas Eve. The fishing trip was a cover story to explain why he was at the marina. Prosecutors argued that Scott wanted to be free of his marriage and the responsibilities of fatherhood. He wanted to continue his affair with Amber without the complications of a wife and child. Rather than get a divorce, which would cost him money and damage his reputation, he decided to eliminate Lacey and make it look like she had been abducted. The evidence included the concrete anchors Scott had made in his workshop around the time of Lacey's disappearance. He claimed these were for other purposes, but prosecutors suggested he used them to weigh down Lacey's body in the bay. There was also testimony about Scott's odd behavior after Lacey disappeared, including selling her car and looking into selling their house within weeks of her vanishing. The defense argued that someone else had abducted and ended Lacey's life, while Scott was actually fishing. They pointed to reported sightings of Lacey in the neighborhood after Scott said he left for his fishing trip. They suggested she had been taken by someone else, and her body was later dumped in the bay to frame Scott. But they couldn't explain the incredible coincidence of the bodies washing up exactly where Scott claimed to have been fishing. Amber Fry testified during the trial, describing her relationship with Scott and playing recordings of their conversations. Her testimony was devastating because it showed Scott was living a double life and had been planning to be free of his wife even before she disappeared. He had told Amber his wife was dead before she actually was. In November 2004, after 7 days of deliberation, the jury found Scott Peterson guilty of first-degree elimination of Lacey and second-degree elimination of Connor. The different degrees reflected the jury's belief that ending Lacey's life was premeditated, while ending Connor's life was a consequence of taking his mother's life. In March 2005, Scott was sentenced to death and sent to San Quentin State Prison. For years he sat on death row maintaining his innocence. His family continued to support him, insisting he had been wrongly convicted. They funded appeals and investigations trying to prove someone else had taken Lacey's life. In 2020, Scott's death sentence was overturned due to jury selection issues, though his conviction remained intact. He was resentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He is currently incarcerated and continues to claim he is innocent, but multiple appeals have failed to overturn his conviction. Lacey's family has had to live with the devastating loss of both Lacey and Connor. Her mother, Sharon Rocha, has become an advocate for victims' rights and has spoken publicly about the pain of losing her daughter and grandson. The family has stated they believe justice was served with Scott's conviction. The Peterson case changed how many people view seemingly perfect marriages and reminded everyone that danger can exist behind closed doors. Lacey trusted Scott completely, never knowing that the man she had married and was building a life with was capable of ending that life so he could be free. She and baby Connor deserved so much more than the fate Scott chose for them on that Christmas Eve in 2002. Welcome to Midnight Cases. If you're here tonight, settle in. This space is made for quiet minds and slow nights. This is Volume 75, and tonight's true crime story is told gently, steady enough to help you unwind and drift if sleep comes. If these stories help you rest, feel free to subscribe and share where you're listening from. Now, let's begin. That brings Volume 75 to an end. Let the rain take over from here. Settle in, breathe slow, and let the rest of the night carry you towards sleep. Good night. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who never stayed in one place for long. A drifter who blended into ordinary life so well that he slipped through the cracks of multiple police jurisdictions for decades. He lived under different names in different homes, working different jobs, quietly relocating every time things became suspicious. Each time he moved, a dark trail followed behind him, scattered across Scotland and England, waiting to be discovered. This is the true story of Peter Tobin, one of the most manipulative and hidden predators in modern British history. The story begins in the late 1960s and early 1970s, long before anyone connected him to any major crime. Tobin was a man who never allowed people to truly know him. He shifted addresses constantly, taking up small handyman jobs, working on building sites, drifting between communities without forming bonds. He charmed when necessary, lied effortlessly, and learned how to appear cooperative while revealing nothing. His constant movement made him invisible to police at a time when communication between different forces was slow and fragmented. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, Tobin lived in Glasgow, Brighton, Bathgate, Havant, London, and dozens of smaller towns in between. Every place he stayed, he presented himself as someone harmless, someone trying to get by. People described him as quiet, odd, sometimes rude, sometimes overly friendly. There was no consistent pattern in how he behaved, which made him even harder to track. He adapted his personality to whatever situation he was in, changing accents slightly, adjusting his mannerisms, shifting his story. It was a survival method that kept him unnoticed. In 1991, a disturbing event briefly pulled Tobin into the spotlight. He attacked two young girls in his home in Havant, tricking them into entering the property under a false pretense. When police stormed the house following a desperate call for help, they found them tied up and severely harmed but still alive. Tobin fled out the back door and disappeared. This incident showed how quickly he could slip away when cornered. He managed to evade capture for weeks by hiding in a religious commune under a different name, blending in with complete ease. When he was finally arrested and jailed, many believed this would be the end of his criminality. But nobody realized that his darkest crimes had happened long before this arrest and would continue afterward. After serving part of his sentence, Tobin was released and resumed the same drifting lifestyle. He moved constantly, never settling long enough for people to understand who he really was. He changed his name again, moving across the UK with a calmness that suggested he believed he would never be caught for anything more serious. And for a long time, he was right. Everything changed in 2006 when an angelic-looking Polish teenager named Angelika Kluck went missing from a Glasgow church where she worked as a part-time cleaner. Tobin was working at the same church under a false name, claiming to be a handyman who had recently found faith. When Angelika disappeared, he vanished the very next morning, leaving behind strange behavior and suspicious comments that troubled those who worked with him. As days passed, police began to focus on him. They tracked his movements and realized he had used yet another false identity. When they searched the church grounds, they discovered Angelika's body hidden in a small, concealed space beneath the floorboards. The brutality and calculation of the crime shocked Scotland. It also raised immediate questions about whether this man had done something like this before. Once Tobin was arrested, investigators began digging into his past. They searched his former homes, tracing the history of every property he had ever rented. One of those searches led them to a house in Margate, England, where Tobin had lived in the early 1990s. It was a small, ordinary home with nothing unusual on the surface. But when officers dug in the garden, they uncovered a deeply disturbing sight: the remains of a young woman who had been missing for years. Then another. Both victims had vanished in 1991. Their families had spent more than a decade searching for answers. Those discoveries changed the entire course of the investigation. It became clear that Tobin had not just committed a single terrible crime, but was connected to multiple disappearances stretching back decades. Investigators created a task force dedicated entirely to tracing his movements over time. They compared missing persons reports, travel patterns, former jobs, locations of old addresses, and police files from across the UK. The deeper they went, the more troubling the picture became. Tobin had been present in cities during unsolved disappearances. He had lived within walking distance of several crime scenes. He had moved out of certain areas shortly after women vanished. Many of these cases had gone cold at a time when different police departments did not yet share data effectively. Tobin used this weakness as cover. If suspicion built in one town, he simply packed a bag, changed his name, and settled in another town hundreds of miles away. He blended into suburban life with surprising ease. He married multiple times, each marriage ending the same way: in fear, violence, or sudden disappearance. His wives later said they never truly understood who he was. He could be charismatic, controlling, apologetic, threatening, and affectionate, all within the span of a single day. His personality shifted constantly, like a mask that changed depending on what he needed in the moment. Once he was finally imprisoned for the crimes that could be proven, investigators continued their search. They believed he was responsible for far more victims than the confirmed cases. Some detectives suspected he might even be connected to well-known, unsolved cases from the 1960s and 1970s. Tobin refused to cooperate, giving no explanations, no confessions, no closure to families who had waited decades. He seemed to take satisfaction in withholding the truth, maintaining control even from behind bars. What made Peter Tobin so unsettling was not just what he did, but how long he hid in plain sight. He lived as a husband, a neighbor, a handyman, a church worker, a drifter, a friend to some, a menace to others. His crimes spanned multiple decades, multiple cities, and multiple identities. He moved through life like a shadow, existing on the edges of society, unnoticed because he knew exactly how to appear harmless. By the time he died in prison in 2022, the true extent of his crimes was still unknown. Some investigators believed he committed many more, hidden in the gaps of history where record-keeping was weak and communities were isolated. Others believed he might have been responsible for disappearances that will never be solved. His death closed the door on answers that families have been waiting for since the 1970s. The story of Peter Tobin is a reminder that predators do not always fit the image people expect. They may not be loud, threatening, or unstable. Sometimes the most dangerous individuals are the ones who blend most easily into the background. The ones who smile politely. The ones who fix a broken door or offer to help carry groceries. The ones who know how to relocate before suspicion catches up. The ones who live for decades without ever revealing their true selves.